Oh, check over here. I think so. Yeah. I can hear you, yeah.
No, I know the mic is hot, or is the web on?
Yep, we're going.
Okay. All right, then let's call the meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Harbor Commission, June 13th, 2022. Let's start with a roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Kazan.
Present.
Commissioner Bauer.
Here.
And Chair Carlson.
Here.
For the record, Commissioners Walters, Callahan, and Kilroy are absent. But we do have a quorum and we can conduct business.
Thanks, okay. Let's go on to the salute to the flag. Commissioner Bauer, would you lead us?
Absolutely. Face the flag, put your hand over your heart, and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next item is approving the order of agenda. Anyone want to make any changes, or are we going as is?
I move we go in the as-is order.
Second.
Any opposed? Okay, well, let's go. Blue folder items. We do have some additional backup materials, and I think they're all supporting further discussions. Anything we need to cover now on that?
No, I can just give a quick summary. We did have some public correspondence with our first discussion item, and that's the fire assessment discussion. And then we had 2 staff PowerPoints included in the blue folder for the other 2 items, which are the budget and the storefront improvement program along International Boardwalk.
Great, okay. On to the consent calendar. Approval of the minutes and approval of the posting of the agenda. Any issue with the minutes?
No.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks. We have no excluded consent calendar items. We are down to public participation on non-agenda items. So this section is for members of the public to speak on any subject that's not appearing later on in the agenda. And we've got 30 minutes in total for this section. Each speaker gets 3 minutes. We'll start with people in person. First person up is Clark McNulty. Go ahead, Clark.
Hey, Jim. Thanks, Roger. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to come down briefly, introduce myself. My name is Clark McNulty, born and raised Palos East, California, resident of Hermosa Beach, California. I been watching some of the city council meetings online and the Harbor Commission meetings that involve the topics of marine education here locally. It seems that there's a lot of discussion around what's to be decided with future planning of the harbor, future potential planning of buildings in the harbor like the, I think it's the Joe's Crab Shack. And there's been some discussion around marine educators from other areas of California coming into Redondo to pitch marine education programs and potentially building facilities here in the local area. And it sort of spurred my thought process since I myself have a nonprofit called oceansglobal.org. We founded that in 2014, and that was based on, the reason why we founded it was because unfortunately we had a younger brother pass away from a drug overdose. And we know that's all too prevalent in today's society. So Oceans Global was built around helping people who struggle with substance abuse, but we help them through ocean-focused activities such as surfing, snorkeling, stand-up paddleboarding. But we also have a component of that where we help serve the 13 or so white sea bass grow-outs that are up and down the coast. So we contribute funds every year to Hub SeaWorld and participating nonprofits, which are the grow-outs, to help give them funding to buy nets, feed, whatever it is, whatever tools they might need to keep those fish and raise and release those fish. So not only do we do rehabilitation for people who struggle with substance abuse and mental health, which is a major issue, but we help with the white sea bass effort. So really, I'm coming down to see if we could join the discussion around being a participant in the discussion about what's going to happen with these future facilities, and can we, oceansglobal.org, as a local nonprofit, be involved in that discussion with others like Julie Cole, who you know, and some others who have voiced their opinions. I do have some materials here, which I could give to you guys to look at.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Sorry, new mics. I'm trying to make my mic work.
Yeah, and I have one quick question. Where does your funding come from?
We have, so private and public, well, we run a large for the coast of California spearfishing tournament here for white sea bass. And we have over 100 divers every year, and primarily, then we run a raffle on top of that. And it's small amounts, but we do what we can do to contribute. And all the participants contribute to the effort by any fish that is harvested. Those fish heads are submitted back to Hubs for research. So they're bagged and tagged, they go back to Hubs. They wand them to see if they're chipped. And I think our numbers are, we've had, I think, 140 fish speared over the last 10 years in our tournament. And one of those fish was chipped, and it was released down in Carlsbad in, I think it was 2014. And it was speared up here off Palos Verdes in 2020. So sort of cool for these guys to get that information back and know that they're contributing to research.
Right, thank you.
Yep. Can I bring these up to you? Okay.
We have to vote.
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So thanks. We'll receive the handout.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for coming down.
Yeah, thank you.
So I know we can't, it's not an
Yeah, go ahead.
agendized item, we can't talk about it, but Craig was one of the first ones to respond in the subcommittees.
Clark.
Clark was one of the first ones to respond to the subcommittee's request for information, what they require from an education facility. So I won't go into the details of that, that's for a later date, but I'm very responsive and I appreciate that, Clark.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for including me.
Okay, thanks a lot.
There are no, I'm sorry to interrupt, there are no e-comments and no attendees for non-agenda items at this time.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Okay, that takes us through public participation on non-agenda items. We are up to ex parte communication and any public hearings. We don't have any public hearings, so I don't think we have that. Thanks. No, we have no items continued from previous agendas, so we are up for item L, items for discussion prior to action. First one up is item L1.
Thank you, thank you. We have our fire chief, Keith Kaufman, here. He's going to run through a couple slides that really detail the recent fire assessment that was done for the entire fire department. Obviously, a big component of that is at the waterfront. There's the harbor patrol. So I'll let Keith walk you through it.
He's looking incognito tonight, more surfer than, than city official.
That was the plan for retirement. It's not quite working out yet. Good evening, Commission. So as you may know, on the 19th of April, I presented this assessment to the City Council. At the end of that assessment presentation, the council made a motion, and in that motion was to come back here to the Harbor Commission and essentially, redo the assessment, spark the conversation, and gather input from the commissioners with respect to the Harbor Patrol element that is kind of a standalone item in this assessment. So one concern is that you can't talk about the Harbor Patrol or make decisions on the Harbor Patrol without actually seeing the assessment in context of the entire assessment. So I will go over this very briefly, and then we'll focus on the Harbor Patrol, and I'd be more interested in fielding your questions than maybe regurgitating something that you've already seen. So I'll go through these slides, and then we'll open up the discussion. So the purpose of this assessment was to determine the current state of the fire department and provide recommendations to the city. So this was done via research surveys, interviews of city leaders, community and stakeholders. The other goal was to identify a benchmark of a fire department related operation. So in other words, what is the city looking for in a fire department? What are the expectations? Not just necessarily what is happening within the Redondo Fire Department. The other goal was to determine the skill sets that'd be most desirable for the next fire chief, and then to have this document act as a transition for the new fire chief that's eventually selected. So the methodology to complete the assessment of the fire department was not just to go in and interview everyone within the walls of the department and find out what's going on there, but we thought it would be very important to get the expectations of city leadership, which included all of the council, assistant city manager, city attorney, and then also the community. You'll see at the bottom there, I won't read it, but we did this for the entire assessment, and then when we got to the harbor, we added you commissioners in the interviews for city leadership, and then we also added the unique members of the community that are down in the harbor. So those were all added to come up with the information that was in the harbor section. After the community, city leadership, and city management and the Redondo Fire Department, after they were all surveyed and interviewed, we figured out what the main topics were that were continually coming up, and you can see them here. Not every topic was brought up by every group, but these were the ones that were most prevalent. So this became the starting point for the assessment. We went through each of those priority areas and eventually made recommendations, figured out what best practices in the industry were, what information we had, and then what could eventually be worked on. There were some other things that came up that did not rise to the level of that priority matrix, and those are included in the back of the report in the other section. So in total, at the end of the assessment, there were 68 recommendations. At the time that this slide was made, 24 had been completed and about 15 were underway. That's probably much greater now because we've had a few weeks since then. So here are the takeaways. Redondo Beach loves their fire department, but they're a little bit misunderstood. So they love them, but don't necessarily know what they do. We determined that the best approach for the fire department going forward would be to focus on what they can do, not just what they have to do. So in other words, don't put everything into responding to radio calls, but look for ways to be proactive versus reactive. Community trust and sentiment is really, really high, but we found out that that wasn't really shared by the city's leadership. What it appeared in the assessment was that the fire department in most of its operations were focused on kind of the daily events that were occurring. We termed it, they became consequence managers. And where we think they need to go is, you know, they shouldn't just deal with what's happening today, but should spend time, and especially the leadership at the upper ranks should spend some time focusing forward and doing some planning and getting the fire department positioned to meet the actual needs of the community. One of the biggest issues we saw was an imbalance at the upper levels. There's 3 division chiefs on the department, and there was a big imbalance there, and that had some trickle down effects. And then, of course, you guys are probably aware or had heard during council meetings, staffing was a major problem. There were 10 vacancies the day that I started, and that's not including the IODs and people that are on administrative leave and whatnot. So incredible amounts of pressure being put on the firefighters and especially the paramedics that are there to fill those gaps. So that was kind of item number one, was to fill the ranks and maintain staffing. Some more.
Chief, sorry to interrupt, but how much does that apply specifically to Harbor Patrol? Is it similar, anything better, anything worse?
Yeah, it's actually kind of a microcosm of the rest of the department.
That's what I'd
Same
expect.
problems exist there. If you read the section on there, you'll see that there's an inordinate amount of overtime that comes out of the harbor, and that's based on vacancies.
Thanks.
Overall, we kind of saw that there was and the community has seen there's kind of an over response that the fire department has to the needs of the community. We basically coin it as a one size fits all approach. In other words, call comes out and they just send everybody regardless of what the call is. We made a lot of recommendations on how to increase efficiency, and that's going to take some work. There are a few things that need to be in place with the dispatching, with some training, and we've already started, as of today, kind of breaking down how the responses occur. So that's a slightly different in the harbor, because if they're on a boat, that's all there are. There's just two paramedics on a boat. It's not that they have other people responding. Now they can, but it's usually in the form of mutual aid when it's on the water. All in all, the fire department responds to about 7,200 calls per year. 70% of those are medical. 60% of those medical calls are basic life-saving as opposed to advanced life-saving calls. In other words, they don't necessarily require any sort of transport. And in all of the 7,200, about 1.3% of the calls result in some sort of fire. And then some information I did not have at the time of doing the assessment was that the fire department recently changed from being a Class 2 rated department to a Class 1 rated, and that's through the Insurance Services Office. It's a rating that's done nationwide on fire departments, and it now puts Redondo Beach at the very, very top tier of fire departments. That would have been included in the assessment, but didn't have that information at the time. So for council and now for you, I've tried to take those 68 recommendations and just kind of clump them together and break them down into what some of the highlights are. And this is what we gave to council. They've got to hire additional administrative staff. The agency needs to kind of constantly evaluate and measure where they're at and set new goals going forward. The fire department should be the lead in the city's emergency management. We do not have an emergency manager here in the city. When that happens, the formula usually is that it goes to the fire department rather than the police department, because they are most apt to be the ones that handle major natural disasters. And in all honesty, although I spent my entire life as a police officer, they probably do it better when it comes to the coordination of assets and things. The cops, we kind of rely on, let's not go there. Fire department does it really good. They have everything planned out. They can kind of figure out what's going to happen. For us, for the PD, there was too many contingencies, so we were a little haphazard. Another thing that has to happen, why we're here tonight, is the mission of the Harbor Patrol kind of needs to be redefined. There were a lot of problems down there, major concerns that were brought up by city leadership and, in all honesty, within the department itself. So that's why you'll see the different recommendations that were there. And then also the city should be exploring these cooperative agreements with other fire departments, especially for the coordination and sharing of personnel up at the command level. Just makes a lot of sense. Whoa. So these were the 5 things that we asked the council to kind of weigh in on. We didn't necessarily need a motion that would approve anything, but we kind of needed to get the council's feeling on where they were with these items, because these were the things that have kind of an impact to the budget or to other things to move forward. So you'll see that number 4 in there was Harbor Patrol operations. So basically what happened on the 19th is that the council made a motion to move forward with the recommendations in the assessment, that they kind of supported what was in there, and that the city should move forward with those and bring them back in the budget process, which is what I'm doing right now. But with respect to number 4, they asked that this item come to you as it is tonight and allow for some additional input. Now, you'll see that in the assessment, there are 5 different options for the harbor that we came up with. And that was everything from leave it as it is right now to the one that Chief Joe Castro and I came up with as what we thought was the best all-around option, which is number 5. And essentially in that option, we would maintain the 24/7 coverage in the harbor with the Harbor Patrol being part of the fire department, but that the MOU with the Firefighter Association and the city would be opened. All terms, Harbor Patrol, anything that had patrol in it would be removed. That's based on a case law that is in the assessment, People versus Pennington, and that they kind of restructure. The way it is now is that there is actually not the way it is right now. The way the system is built is that there is a fire captain and a firefighter paramedic on the boat at all times. So 3 captains and 3 firefighter paramedics, 3 shifts, A, B, and C, 24/7, and that's how they deploy. What we found when we did the assessment was that over the years, the term captain had kind of morphed into boat captain, which is fine, because when you have 2 people on a boat, somebody needs to be in charge. I completely understand this, especially in the scenario where they're doing life-saving activity. But the problem started to arise when boat captain was being more heavily relied on than captain, which is first line supervisor. And so there were lots of personnel issues that had happened down in the harbor. And unfortunately, many of them had happened with captains. And in a public safety agency, this is completely unacceptable. Another rule of thumb is that, a 1-to-1 ratio supervisor to subordinate is a little heavy and it's not very efficient. So our recommendation in the preferred option is that we take the people that are there, remove their names from the MOU because they're currently boat captains and harbor patrol officers, and make them firefighter paramedics. And then if they stay captains, just make them regular captains. But our contention is that you don't need a captain for every one person. And then that also, that in the time that they're not responding on the water, that the capability that they have landside, which they currently have, be increased to a full paramedic assessment unit. Because if you read through the assessment, the needs of the community are in the medical side. When you have 1.3% of 7,200 calls resulting in fire, and the vast majority of those calls being medical in nature, we should have a greater medical response. And there's currently only 2 paramedic units for the entire city. And so our recommendation is to take the Harbor Patrol officers, change their name back to firefighter paramedic, and also have them capable of responding landside in a full assessment paramedic unit. Now that could include redrawing the distribution lines for how calls come out. Obviously, this is very complex. What's written in the assessment, you have to know that there's been lots of meetings behind the scenes as to how would we handle potential contingencies. In other words, if we were 4th of July on a Saturday, they're not going to be responding landside in a medic unit when they need to be on the water all day. So there need to be a way to kind of turn that on and off, and then have layers of redundancy, which could occur with the county. So also in the recommendation is to draw up an MOU with the county Baywatch unit that is there 24/7. I could ramble about this all night. I want to get to your specific questions because a bulk of the information is here. So it's probably best just to open it up at this point.
Thanks a lot. So first question I have, or maybe prompting, there was discussion at the city council meeting on why this didn't come to the Harbor Commission meeting first. I was there. I heard that answer. But just so it reaches the Harbor Commission community, could you tell us again why you went to the city council instead of coming here first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I remember that being brought up. So I guess the answer is because this is a very sensitive topic. Of course, we would want to get the input of the commission to the best of our ability, which I did through invitations for interviews and that. The issue was that once the assessment was done, it needed to go to the council and to city management first for its review. And we didn't want the document becoming something that was used kind of as an attack piece against the fire department, because while we are doing all of this, I'm still trying to run a fire department. And, having things taken out of context, or in other words, hey, let's present an assessment, but we're only going to talk about one portion, which in this context would be the harbor, was really not the right thing to do, because the assessment needs to be read as an entire document. It's very critical. Looking at yourself, opening up essentially the doors, peeling back the layers, and then being critical of one's own organization is a very difficult thing to do. We did not want to make that process worse by allowing people to pull apart certain pieces and use it potentially against the department, while my main charge is to bring the department forward. So that's kind of the long answer, and that's why it went out the way that it did.
Thanks. So I'm glad your primary recommendation includes having a harbor master. And it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy to me in this document. Like the way you did this analysis and looked at everything and looked at the changes need to be made. I don't want that to be a one-time thing. I want the harbor to have that kind of leadership over and over again, especially because we have so many changes coming. I mean, you mentioned in the document that a boat ramp's coming. We don't know the impact of that. We could go to, other communities with boat ramps, see what percentage of calls is from there. And then we look at the rest of the amenities plan, hope to make that mooring field work, hope to have dock and dine. So, Harbor Patrol could get a lot more active and a lot busier, and ought to be. I see a lot of good things in the budget packages, restoration of some admin so that Harbor Patrol can go back out and start, patrolling the harbor, hopefully walking the docks, doing the other things that we'd love to see and we'd like to do. So, I think it starts, or I think the primary thing is getting that harbor master in, and I'm glad to see that's the primary recommendation.
So, yeah, and I didn't mention that, even though it's a bullet point here. So that was heard very clear, not just from commissioners. That was heard clear from marina managers. It was heard clear from our different yacht clubs, our boaters that are down there, and especially the people that remember having a harbor master, because it was run differently then. But things have changed. It was also a standalone harbor patrol at that time, most of the time that there was a harbor master. So the city does not currently have that position. There is an interest, obviously, to have it. The quickest and most efficient way to do it now, until it grows, or if it grows into something else, would be to have a division chief of the fire department take that over. And my recommendation is that they are stationed there and they stay in the harbor. Now, people have brought this up. They may even be sitting in this room. We all know people that are on the water, people that are on this commission or that are in that community, that this is a unique community. It's very different. Taking somebody that does not have experience on the water, does not have experience boating or whatever, they're just not going to understand fully the concerns of that community. Now, luckily, we have people in the department that do have that level of expertise. You know, they are watermen per se and have lived a life here on the water where we can put them in that position. But, you know, one of the things the department could do in the meantime, though, is start to train for it, test it, hire for it, you know, but I would agree that putting someone down there as a harbor master that doesn't have that level of expertise would not best serve the city. And then, of course, the ultimate would be the city, you know, creating a full-time position and, you know, doing a recruitment and bringing somebody down there. But in the meantime, I think having a division chief become the harbor master and also the supervisor that oversees what happens in harbor patrol, or what I say should just be called fire station number 3. I think it would serve the city well.
Thanks. Yeah. You know, I'm glad you recommended a whole range of options, you know, including, I think, worst case, just having the city walk away from the harbor and give it to the county. I hope that's not the case, but, you know, if you're not going to take care of something, you should give it to somebody who will take care of it. I really hope it stays here local, 24/7, full-time. You know, we talk about the local expertise. You can look at YouTube videos of some of the rescues that group has made, you know, boats in the rocks, boats under the pier, worse things happening offshore that don't make YouTube videos because there's nobody, you know, standing right there with an iPhone filming it from the pier. So, you know, having that trained response, that specialized response, it's not something just, you know, anybody from the county can do. Jumping off a boat in rough water and swimming to a break wall, that's a tough gig. That's a scary gig. That takes very, very specialized training. It takes a real water person to do that. You also mentioned in the report a lot of statistics, and the statistics make me nervous. I think you and I draw the same conclusion, but you know, just because the calls go down in the wintertime or at night, I still think we need the staffing down there. Because, you know, at wintertime at night, the weather gets worse, consequences get greater, there's fewer other boats around to help people and lend assistance. You know, that's really when Harbor Patrol becomes your only line of defense down there. You know, we've seen people die on the break wall at night, and Harbor Patrol's the only one there to help. So I think that's all my comments. I'm sure we've got other comments here. There's some way to raise hands or something, but I've forgotten how that works. It's been a whole month.
We don't have a system yet.
Okay, all right. So, okay, I do know how it works then. Commissioner Light, over to you, sir.
Okay, I appreciate you coming here and talking to us, Chief. So my first question is the county study. Does that include studying the Harbor Patrol?
So that's why we need the council's direction on what they want to do with the harbor, because that's part of what the county's going to ask. What do you want? We have already met with the county. I met with the chief, Fernando Boito, I believe is his name, that runs the county and the Baywatch section of it. They're willing to do whatever the city wants. They also want to enter into an MOU with the city because that was never done after the completion of the construction of that building. So there's some talks that need to be had, but I guess before that happens, the county's going to want to know what direction the city wants. Because just saying, hey, we'll let Baywatch handle the harbor, we all know that during the summer, that Baywatch boat is up and down this coast and they're not going to be around the harbor. So, you know, what does that mean for Redondo Beach? And that's why we ultimately landed on option number 5 as a recommendation because we do agree. Like if you look at the data, to me it was shocking because let's be honest, it's low. It causes all kinds of problems within the department. And the truth is we can do better. We can do a little bit more. Now, how do you do that and still maintain the 24/7 response? That's what's difficult. But I think once we get the direction, your comments go to the council decides, definitively we want 24/7 coverage, with a boat or whatever, then we can relay that information in the county study and then they'll provide a price to do it. It may mean for them bringing on additional resources.
Okay. I talked to one councilman, he thought it was in, but it sounds like that's still up in the air. So.
Yeah, it's not. I talked to them as well. They're kind of waiting. They're waiting for us to provide them with a menu item. Yes.
Okay. Let's see, second area. So I agree with a lot of what Cheryl Carlson said. My concern is just making a div chief who has no, and you said it yourself, has no on-water experience, does us no better. I firmly believe that a lot of what happened with the Center Cal failure was the lack of a true lead to take the position of water people in the harbor and draw some hard lines and say things like Mulby boat ramp is unsafe. All the harbor patrol were saying it, but the fire chief, who wasn't a water person, just said, well, there's percentages and, glossed over all that. I think if we had somebody who really cared and knew the harbor operations and they had some real say in the city, a lot of that wouldn't have happened. And same with squishing down some of the other operations that we saw there. We know Greg is new. He's not well read. Greg's a great guy, and I appreciate everything he's doing right now, but he's not a water guy either. So we have a director who's in charge of the harbor who doesn't really know harbor operations. And now we're going to have a div chief who doesn't necessarily know harbor operations. So that's a big concern of mine. I think my personal opinion is we need a harbor master, a strong one that's well qualified and knows harbor operations, if not our harbor, right? But I think somebody who's been in marinas and in harbors a lot could adapt to our harbor pretty quickly and learn the nuances, and certainly his staff could help them. So I'm very concerned about just assigning it to some random div chief and he just sits in the harbor patrol building and all of a sudden he's supposed to be the expert. So I'm very concerned on that. I'm similarly concerned with having them with shoreside assignments for the reasons you brought up in the beginning. There's times when it's really busy. And you said that, yeah, we can reassign them. But what about when you don't planning on it being busy? If someone's responding to an accident on Redondo and all of a sudden a boat's on the rocks in the harbor and it's third shift, how do you get the boat crew to respond quickly?
Yeah, you'd have to have an MOU in place with the county for that redundancy. That's the only way you do it. That's the plan. Is it going to work all the time? Probably not. But looking at the data, we could probably do that pretty well. A lot of people don't know that they respond landside now. They have that the Tahoe unit. They respond to the area within and around the harbor landside now, but they are not a full ALS assessment unit. So what happens is, someone goes down and they respond, and they're still pulling paramedics from the other part of the city to come out. That frustrates people. And that's maybe not the most efficient use overall of our resources. So it's
Yeah, but to get them locked up in that, and then there's something on the water that the Baywatch can't handle, you're done.
Anything could happen. The best I could do is provide you with the data of how often it does happen, and then make a recommendation.
Well,
considering the entire city.
I understand. I'll give you a real life concern, and this is under current conditions. We thought we saw a boat on fire. Some boater after midnight had like a barbecue, not one of the magmas, but a barbecue in his salon, and you could see flickering flames through the windows, right? And so we were very concerned that there was a fire starting on that boat. It took 20 minutes from the time we called dispatch to the time Harbor Patrol responded. I'm concerned if they're out doing something else, and Baywatch didn't respond. They never even got on the boat. It was the Harbor Patrol that went out to look at it. And that was 20 minutes from when we reported it. If it had been a real fire, it probably would have been a conflagration by then, a total loss and jumping from boat to boat. So that's my concern with this is I'm already seeing, and I know that's one event, but certainly doesn't bode well for the recommendation here. A third area I'm concerned about is, I think from what I experienced when we did have a harbor master, and it wasn't part of the fire department, is the training for the boat crews has gone down, the specialized training, scuba, boat recovery, things like that have gone by the, I don't know that we have any true boat captains anymore.
We do.
How many?
We do, all of them.
Pardon?
All of them.
They're all
I think I
Coast
answered
Guard?
that question for you on the 19th. Yeah, I checked.
Okay.
Because you brought it up. And even
Is it in their training plan?
Yeah, so they train before they get there to qualify themselves for the position. And so even one of our officers that is assigned down there temporarily has the captain's license as well. So, nowhere in here am I ever suggesting lowering their kind of training or requirements. That shouldn't
I want
happen.
to raise it to what it was, not accept where it's at
Right.
today, because we've lost, our Harbor Patrol used to train others because they were seen as the experts up and down the California coast, and that's disappeared.
Yeah, and there's no reason that we can't get back to diving and recovering boats. This is a big concern of our marina managers because, the boats contaminate the water and they'll sit in there for 2 days before they get a salvage unit out here.
And we're a small harbor. We're not like Marina Del Rey or LA Harbor where those are resident in their harbors.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, if the council's desire is to move forward with continuous 24/7 staffing of the harbor, and they are firefighter paramedics that are down there, they should get the additional training. There's no reason they shouldn't. It's actually not that hard to do.
And I'm a little disturbed that and I think it's part of merging it with the fire department. We're mixing up a boat captain with a formal captain position that's label inside the fire department. I worked satellite operations. We had to have 2 people per shift for console position. So if one person's sick or incapacitated, somebody's still flying the satellite. But one was always the shift lead. He wasn't necessarily a supervisor of anybody, but he was the guy making the call on the shift. And the second guy on there knew that. And you needed that so that if there's any disagreement, one person gave the final order and it happened. There was no question in the control room who had responsibility for that system at that time if there was a disagreement. And I think we're confusing the two when we do that. I still, as you said, you still need a boat captain. The skipper's got to be in charge of the boat and making decisions. I'm also used to, I had to bid staffing those positions, and for each position, you had to have 2 people per shift, 3 shifts a day, 365 a year, and that was 5.2 people per console position per year to cover 2 positions, right? So if you take that times 3 shifts, that's 15.6. So your ratio didn't quite work out there. If you really staff it, and that's also to prevent too much overtime where people burn out and make stupid mistakes because they're just tired. We did have restrictions on how much overtime you could give any person. So,
listen, if the fire department would staff itself in the manner that you just mentioned, we would be able to slash overtime down to an extreme minimum. That's why overtime is so high, is because if you read the MOU between the Firefighter Association and the city, the number of people that they have employed equals the exact number
and you can't,
for minimum staffing.
Yeah, as soon as somebody needs to go on vacation or you have a holiday, you're in overtime.
100%. And so recently, with some of the new budget proposals, I seem to be getting support to start to position the agency so that it's much more agile with respect to staffing. But there are some MOU concerns that are there. And so, yeah, the way that our harbor is set up is it's 6 people for 6 positions. So anytime one's not there, it's overtime. That's why you see a number like, I think it was 487,000 in 1 year.
Okay. So we did handle some of that with cross-training, but that's a little different situation. where
And we do that too. We do that too. And that program is getting ready to expand because of the staffing issues that are down there.
Yeah, so we put our strongest satellite operator with a guy coming in who didn't normally operate that system. Right. And so they augmented one another. So the guy could take a potty break without the whole thing going, telling a handbag. But if something did happen, you could pull in the guy who had the most experience quickly.
Yeah, we can manage it the same way, right? Where you always have someone that has more experience that's going to captain the boat. And if you have a vacancy, you don't want to have your 2 most junior people working on the same day.
And then if it falls under fire department, who makes the final decision with respect to the harbor? The fire chief?
Yes.
And I
Yeah,
think,
so it's actually laid out that the fire chief is currently the harbor master. So when the harbor master,
so currently I'm talking about under your recommendation.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said then. So under, yeah, because it's still run by the fire department. I mean, any ultimate decision would ultimately rest with the chief.
Okay.
It doesn't matter how many levels of supervision you have in there.
Yeah. And I realize, there's not, each harbor seems to, at least in our nearby area, has its own model. the harbor in LA obviously has multiple harbor masters depending on which section, and they're standalone positions. Up in Marina del Rey, it's the sheriff's department, it falls under the sheriff's department. And the fire department
there are all
is
kinds of
emergency.
models.
So there's different models. What seems to be missing is today is there's nobody in charge who understands the harbor. And again, I think that's what led to a lot of the decline from what we saw when there was a real harbor master to where we're at today. And including, I think, some esprit de corps amongst the crews, so.
Yeah, and a lot of the reason that we come up with option number 5 actually includes some of those things. The internal discussions we've had, and when I go down there and I look at the harbor and I look at Fire Station 3 and that we have firefighter paramedics that are working down there, I'm thinking to myself, like, this is the best job ever. Like, this should be the gem that attracts people to this city. We're not using it as such right now. And I think that, if we maintain the 24/7 service with the fire department in the harbor, which I think we should, I think we have the bandwidth to do a lot more. I think I believe that we can have them respond landside and through MOUs still come up with a good model that protects the harbor. And make it something that is desirable for people to join the agency or people within our agency to move around. It's kind of the way it's set up. It's kind of a difficult assignment to get, and we can do some things to make that a little bit easier.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree with the synergy there. I think they are better separate than mashing it together. But what's your assessment of having a separate harbor master and harbor patrol, or the harbor master and harbor patrol reporting to the harbor director versus the fire chief?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. That's a great model. It's very efficient. The challenge with that model is that it just drastically changed with a Supreme Court ruling. And so if you do that, you have to do all of the training that is consistent with law enforcement. And then you have to, if you're going to call it a patrol that has enforcement capability, you also have to have 51% of what you do be actual enforcement activity. So you'd essentially have to stand up a new public safety agency to do that.
Well, I mean, fire department doesn't do that today, do they? You don't have officers who can go arrest people on the boat. That's why we had a separate,
That's right. That's why we had to bring the other boat down there, because at the time they did.
so that's a problem no matter what we do here.
Yes.
That's
it's-
a wash,
It's
in my view.
it's gonna be a concern. So standing up, any type of new, in fact, the case is based on a case out of Santa Barbara that had its own harbor patrol.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but if you don't, we have that problem no matter which way it goes. The fire
Absolutely.
department guys can't, unless they're trained as a law enforcement officer, can't do it. If we separate them, they can't do it unless they're trained as a law enforcement officer.
Right. And, I think the way that it's functioning now, and what a lot of maybe even the harbor community does not understand is that having all of the public safety entities down there, they work together pretty frequently. Most frequently, the Baywatch boat works with the Harbor Patrol boat. So you may not see that, you may not see Baywatch responding specific to a call by themselves, but they're almost always going out in unison to help each other because they're each other's only backup.
Yeah.
So the maintenance of that is good for Redondo Beach.
So I've seen that. I've been pulled in by the Baywatch when the Harbor Patrol was busy with another thing going on when my motor quit. So I have seen that coordination, and I think that's a good thing. And, I hope that would continue. I'm looking at how we structure this, though, and a logical structure to offset what I perceive as a decline in the function from what we had, a few years before we put in the fire department.
Yeah, we need to pay attention to the assessment and what the expectation and the needs that were brought forward there for the harbor. There's still not a records management system for all of the slips that are in the harbor. This is basic stuff. I mean, it's going to cost some money, but we need to do that. We need to inspect, or someone needs to inspect every boat that's in that harbor.
Yep.
I mean, we can eliminate so many issues by doing that. It's just a matter of where are we going to be? Let's pick a direction. Let's fund it. And then let's supervise it to the level of these needs and expectations. And, if we need more people, we will ask for more people. But I believe that given the current setup, once we have the direction, we can do more.
Well, I think we're going to have to do more with the amenities plan as we start rolling in the infrastructure changes related to that. Hopefully we see an increase in boating in the harbor, and that's, I'm hoping we're skating to where the puck's going to be instead of where it was, 5 years ago.
Yeah, and Roger's point is key because making any decision that's made now should be done with the forethought of what's going to happen. You do not want to decrease resources down here and then all of a sudden we have a boat ramp and we're trying to play catch up because we know this is difficult to do. So I think we're paying attention to the harbor amenities plan. We're paying close attention with Greg. We're getting Greg out there on the boats. We're saying, listen, we gotta work very closely together. And because that's what we have right now. That's the setup that we have. And I think we got to keep that in mind, what happens down there.
Well, I want to key off something you said at the very beginning. It's in your report. You want to be proactive, not reacting. Going on calls is reactive. That's always reactive. So the Harbor Patrol is best when they're out there doing stuff in advance, saying, hey, you don't have your PFD. Hey, you look a little, like you shouldn't be operating a boat today because you've been drinking too much. That kind of stuff prevents the bigger things from escalating. And I think it's only going to get worse as the harbor infrastructure expands. So I appreciate it. I've thrown a lot at you, so I appreciate your responses.
No,
Thanks.
understood.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Redondo.
So one of my first questions was with the overtime. So you said 6 positions, 6 people. So what would you do? You'd have 7 people, or you'd pull from 1 and 2?
Well,
has
unfortunately, we
extra
can't.
training.
We're restricted by the MOU, how the department functions. That would have to change. So one of the things that's happening right now is we're looking at hiring people outside of the MOU that if they weren't working, they wouldn't be replaced on overtime. Now, that's not for the harbor, but that's a model that's being brought in to the department. So yeah, as it works right now, the only thing we can do is have other people that are trained and are qualified to be out on that boat and in that environment, and then have them move into that position when someone is absent.
Okay. I do like the option 5. Like Commissioner Light feel really strongly that we should have a harbor master and that it be someone with water experience from the get-go. I think I really appreciated reading your full report and the visioning and everything that you had in there for the fire department at large, and then the harbor master piece as part of that. I think doing that, filling that position in that way from the beginning will be really fruitful to flesh out the vision that you said needs to be done. I think that just in looking at the other options, like option 3, I know you have to decide, what to look at, but I was just struck by, we looked at like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There's probably some other options in there where when you start to set up your MOUs with Baywatch, that maybe it's 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. here, and it's those 11 to 4 that maybe is a little bit lighter. I'm just thinking of the high activity in the harbor in the early morning hours from the big boats going out fishing, and then the little ones that are in their way in the dark. And of course, there's probably different catch seasons where there's ebbs and flows with that. Let's see. I guess I'm not opposed to the pulling. I like the idea of having the additional skill set because the call volume is so low that you were mentioning. Was it called ALS?
Yes.
I think I really like that. And yeah, I think you just have to set that up with the MOUs that when they're called, your Baywatch is your number 1 or whatever, right? I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it might have to be something that if, you have an MOU in place where, let's say the county was not available, they were out doing something, then that can't be a time that, that they start responding landside. There's going to be, this type of stuff is difficult, and it's compounded because of the water environment. It's not like on the land where we have other resources. So there needs to be a lot of discussion. We've had a lot of those discussions with the current Harbor Patrol officers that are down there. They obviously have a ton of concerns. So we're trying to have good dialogue to see what we can come up with. And it sounds easy just to write this down on paper, but when you really start digging into contingency planning and stuff, there are lots of concerns. The best I can do is be open to listening to all those and still look for ways to increase our efficiency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it depends on your systems of how you have it set up. I was surprised that there wasn't more in here that talked about specific training that Commissioner Light spoke a bunch about. There is, you as well, Carlson, that the calls that the Harbor Patrol has to go out on are so unique. I was just surprised there wasn't more in the training. And maybe that should be explicitly mentioned in you have a recommendation number 39, which I guess was on training. I would like to see that there, but maybe it's
Yeah, they have a task book of all the different training that they need to complete to be down in that area, and I think like I said before, we shouldn't be minimizing that.
Okay.
Maybe the order in which it's done. In other words, I don't necessarily believe you have to have 100% of all training before you start on day 1. You need to train to a level of competency of some sort, and then you should be able to get additional training in grade. You just have to figure out where that line's at. And I think that's more of kind of what we need to look at down in the harbor. And that would encourage other people to want to go down there. You know, I get to a certain level and then I'm gonna receive additional training after I start. And that would make sense.
Okay. I think that, yeah, the only other comments I had just on the report at large was just proponent of, you know, the safety days that are mentioned, like the fire department and the police department do once or twice a year. It'd be great to have harbor safety days. There's a lot of inexperienced people on the water that would be great. And I was also thinking too, to tie that into like marine biologists and that kind of thing, to kind of have a bigger draw. Safety is you kind of get the safety as a bonus, but maybe some people are just drawn to the marine life aspect of some event of a safety day for the harbor. And then I think there was maybe some mention of Coast Guard Auxiliary, and I just didn't know if there was things that we do in concert with them or there's training that can be augmented with that.
Yeah, that was mentioned. Safety days were mentioned, and that was kind of what we were describing as this is what the community's expectation is down there. They would like to see this stuff. They would like to see the fire department take more of a lead in training and CPR and all different things down there. I think with the Coast Guard Auxiliary, what was mentioned was that they would come in and they have like vest exchange programs where you give them your old vests, they'll give you new ones. There's absolutely no reason we shouldn't be doing that. I mean, we can get grants for that kind of stuff. You know, and that would really help engage the community even more. And the more that we're in front of them, the better the relationship is, and you know, the better we're able to handle their needs.
Okay, that's, thank you.
Yeah, we used to have a day called the Seafair, and Julie Cole ran it. I can see everyone in the audience nodding. And we had Harbor Patrol there, Coast Guard Auxiliary there, all the nonprofits there. You could walk through the Sea Lab. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Something we can get back to someday.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Commissioner Bauer, any comments or questions?
Sure. I mean, I really liked the way you did the assessment. I liked the way that it was focused on being more proactive. And I thought that was excellent. I loved all the options, including, and I'm personally a big fan of option 5. As far as also the ALS training and doing more, you know, basically being more efficient. I mean, as we go forward with the amenities plan, that's going to be kind of key, that efficiency is just going to be be much more important. So overall, I thought, I like what you, I mean, you're basically, you're taking a hard look at what's going on and taking an honest assessment. And I thought it was really well done. I appreciated it. I love the recommendations as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, the fire department itself is, they're doing incredible with the assessment. They're accepting it with an open mind and moving stuff forward. And we've started to make lots of changes, and I think we're going to see some incredible progress, especially towards that forward-looking piece.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. I've got one final question for you, looking at my notes. Next item we have coming up is the budget, and in one of the budget decision package 10 is restoration of a fire department administrative specialist. That's one head. I think it's shared. Do you think that's enough to make a difference and get, you know, Harbor Patrol back out on the docks, doing more, get some of the abandoned boats processed out, that kind of thing? And you know, your team has been here, and I know they have started that work and have started, you know, processing the boats out and things like that. But so I don't mean to throw them under the bus and say they're not doing anything, because I know they are. I see a lot of proactive stuff from the team. But is one admin enough to make a difference, or would more be better?
The way that position is written in that decision package and the way that it would function within the department, no. Because what it's going to happen is it's going to be, the department is so light on administrative assistance that the bulk of that is going to be done at the main, you know, landside fire department itself. So No, we're still going to need to grow in that area for sure. And but it's a good start. There are other things in the budget that are also lending a little bit more towards our administrative assistance, which we have an item in there to start to have paid internships, which becomes like a stepping stone for the rest of the department. So there's some other things in there that we can use, but yeah, that particular item does not mean that that assistant is going to be funded and down in the harbor, because they won't be.
Thanks. Okay.
I couldn't find it. You mentioned that one of the boats needs replacing soon, 801. Was that in the?
Yeah, so the engines are being replaced right now. In fact, it's out of the water. Those have already been funded and the work's being done, but the boat itself needs to be replaced too. And the time it takes to build a new boat from the day that you decide to do it for the type that we want is close to 4 years.
Wow.
Believe it or not. I know, I was shocked too. Anyway, the department has a plan. They're working with county lifeguards who have vetted out a lot of different vendors, and they build that particular type of Baywatch boat. And there's an opportunity for the city to get onto a similar contract as them, but the lead time is unbelievable.
Thanks. Okay. Anything else from the commission? Okay, let's go to public comment. Anyone here in the room? Lee, come on down, sir.
All right, thank you, Commission. So my name is Lee Collar. I've been a boater in Redondo Beach for the last 33 years and a Redondo Beach resident for most of that time, except for a couple of years I somehow wandered off into Torrance. I want to comment, and I agree with pretty much everything that's been said here. It's really important that we have 24/7 coverage in the harbor for on the water rescue. Weather doesn't take the night off when a boat's going on the danger going to the rocks, and waiting for the response time from an inland station is just not practical. It's just not enough time. I know that back several years ago when we had that sailboat go into the pier, one of the reasons that Harbor Patrol wasn't there was because they were helping another boat that was on the rocks inside the harbor. And so just multiply that out, and nobody there, we would have had even a worse situation. I note that Baywatch, also present in the harbor, their primary responsibility are the beaches, and they may not be available to handle emergencies inside the harbor. And they are not an adequate substitute for Harbor Patrol, at least not as the current situation is. I will comment that one thing that was sort of been applied here, one thing I like about Redondo Beach is that our Harbor Patrol's primary focus is safety. They'll go out there, see a paddleboard out the water without a PFD, rather than writing them a ticket, they'll loan them a PFD. And I think that's great. It goes over great with the boating community. A couple other things. I noticed the report's just getting rid of the rank of captain within the harbor department. And while I agree that Ray, as Commissioner Light mentioned, rank, it's not so much a captain, but you do need on a vessel, somebody's in charge. Pretty much all vessels, whether it's a cruise ship, somebody racing a sailboat, or even a group of friends going to the island on somebody's boat, there is somebody who is always in charge, and it's the captain, and there's a reason for that. When split-second decisions need to be made, you can have people arguing over the appropriate action. I've also heard that one of the concerns of Harbor Patrol with some things, they're concerned that they're going to start moving people in and out. So it'll be a 2-year position. They'll move to somewhere else. They'll bring somebody else in there for two years. And my concern with that is that, first of all, it's great that we have continuity within the Harbor Patrol. Knowing some of the officers personally, you go by them in the water, you wave at them and say hi. I also, just a second, I sort of lost my notes here. That on the water skill, it's a specialized skill. I think, even you can get your training, okay, your training going, you're still brand new. I'm a scuba diving instructor. When I first got scuba tribe, okay, the agency said, okay, you're safe to teach scuba diving. You know how to handle all the problems. Now that I've been doing it for several years, I know how to avoid a lot of the problems. That's something you only gain with experience. The other comment I make is we really do need a harbor master. And I would say it needs to be an individual who understands harbor operations in a recreational harbor. Not all harbors are recreational. I've talked to some boaters, did boat out of out of LA Harbor, and they're quite frustrated because their harbor master is concerned with the big ships, and they don't really understand the needs of those recreational boaters. So someone who understands boaters, I think would be a great thing. So I thank you for your time. Thank you for all the work, especially you, Chief, I know you put into this, and trust the commission. And as I mentioned at the Harbor City Commission, or the City Council meeting, as I had in my comments, it said this needs to go to the Harbor Commission. I'm glad that it did. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. First off, I've got to start out by just thanking Chief Kaufman for the huge amount of work that you've put into this. I was one of the many harbor folks that had the pleasure of meeting with the chief, and I was immediately heartened by his understanding of some of the needs in the harbor, and particularly the huge issue of having a harbor master, harbor director. It seems like there's really two big issues that everybody's kind of moving in the same direction on, which is what are going to be the qualifications for a new harbor master, harbor director, and how are we going to address the 24/7 manning issue. On the subject of a harbor master, I can tell you some of the public got a little confused, when they read the assessment, because there were kind of two issues going on. One was that there wasn't a clear chain of command from the Harbor Patrol officers as to which division chief they were reporting to. And that's a fine and important issue to address. But I'd say that's about a 5-minute issue to pick somebody and tell them who their boss is. The much bigger issue, of course, is the idea of the responsibilities for a new harbor master, harbor director. And as we've heard, there seems to be a lot of momentum towards that full-time manning being somebody with harbor management experience, whether we have somebody within our community or if we need to reach out to the other harbors, steal somebody with experience, from another harbor. But I think, that strong momentum, and the chief alluded to the fact that, if we move a division chief over there, maybe that could be a temporary thing while we work on the full-time issue. And so I think maybe my recommendation to the Harbor Commission tonight, when you make your motions, is that maybe you kind of emphasize that if you agree with the idea that we could temporarily do a division chief, that you really emphasize, but that's just temporarily, unless we get lucky and there's a division chief that has the qualifications or can train to it. But eventually we want really someone who knows how to manage a harbor in that position. The second issue, of course, the 24/7 manning. I think we've pretty well beat up the issue that, that can't be Baywatch when they're down the coast, and it can't be Harbor Patrol when they're inland. No, neither of those will work. As the assessment correctly points out, in our harbor, it's really common for people to leave our entrance, make an immediate right turn to go down our coastline, and they're just too close to the breakwater, but you can't train that into everybody. And that's, one of the reasons we end up with the boats on the rocks, and that needs right now response. That can't come from Baywatch down the coast, and it can't come from guys on an inland call. There were kind of two different statements that we kind of have to merge together from the chief tonight. At one point he says, well, it probably won't work all the time. Okay, and I wrote that one down. But then later he says, if Baywatch is not available, then we probably can't use the landside guys. So I thought that clarification was great. 15 seconds.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that's another one. I think you guys might want to really emphasize the message you send over to City Council, if that's how you feel, that one way or another, it's got to be 24/7 from in the harbor, not from outside the harbor or from inland. Final thing I wanted to touch on, Lee Collar mentioned, and it was funny, I'd just kind of written it down as an add-on here. When we talk about using the Harbor Patrol position to attract outside folks or to allow people to move around, boy, I really share his comment that closeness that we feel with the Harbor Patrol is really important and valuable. So I think twice, before we move away from the model of having guys we know in there all the time. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. Okay, do we have any live public comment from the internet or Zoom?
There are no e-comments and no attendings. at this time.
Okay, thanks a lot. Commissioner Light?
Yeah, two questions, one for Chief.
Sir, your mic's off.
Two questions, one for Chief and one for the Director. Chief, when you say that the Harbor Patrol should report to a division chief, is that the division chief for the shift, or one division chief would be?
Yeah, I think we need to assign one that's their responsibility. The problems arise because it's always different. Every shift is different, so you don't have a continuity. So yeah, there would be one person assigned.
So you just pick one of the three div chiefs and say, you're the harbor master.
That's right.
Okay, and you'd ultimately think that person should be both a fire person and somebody who understands the harbor.
Well, for now, I don't
So
disagree.
that's an interim solution.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't agree that, or I do agree with you that that ultimately having someone that is, standalone, a new city position would probably work, but that's not anywhere in any of the budget documents I've seen. So I think this would be the
interim.
best solution now.
Okay. And Greg, we got, city council's going through this tomorrow, right? The budget.
Yeah, tomorrow's the CIP presentation portion of the public hearing.
And then, but then there's a second one, the final one. And is there a harbor commission meeting before that?
No, the final meeting
So
of
this
city
is it.
council is the 21st of this month.
So we've got to come up with something either in this meeting or a subcommittee before that
Before the 21st is your ultimate deadline.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Back to you, Chair.
One quick question. So in the option 5, that last sentence, that's an interim solution. You say a div chief or a captain in the police department?
Yeah, that could be an option as well. I mean, we didn't really explore that. The problem with that is you got to have, if you remove the supervision down there, the captain, and it's just firefighter paramedics, they still need a direct supervisor. So that would have to be within the same department, which would mean a division chief.
Okay, I was just curious why you threw in police department as an option there.
Because they could also station down there, and because there's a marine enforcement unit, but the police department would have to agree to take that on and to take on the supervision of what occurs down there. It's just an option. You have to have some sort of supervision.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. So there is a budget calendar in the blue folder package. Okay, you saw that.
Actually, I tried to pull up blue folder. It didn't have any, I couldn't find anything.
Okay, so for the record, in the blue folder package on page 13, there's a budget calendar, and as you know, there's been a number of meetings, but remaining is a CIP meeting tomorrow night and then a final on the 21st. So
Right.
that's right.
So my point is,
Yeah,
we don't
that's
have
right.
another harbor commission meeting to come up with a recommendation.
Okay, so I think the council would be disappointed if they, or perhaps even shocked if they didn't hear from us on this topic. Any motion or actions from the
Well,
commission?
I'd like to kick it around. I think, for tomorrow's meeting, if there's some quick stuff we can agree on, but then I think we had to send a couple people off to that we trust to go draft a more detailed response if we can come to a consensus.
But is there a way to, there's no way for the council to create a position for the harbor master? Is that possible?
Well, there's sort of two separate
To
issues.
make the recommendation.
I think we can make any recommendation on this report, and then, but separately, we have a budget topic coming up next, and we have a shorter deadline to come up with budget recommendations. So if we want to, we should listen to the next topic. So I think we're going to end up with two actions tonight. One here and now to have comments on this report, and then one on the next item to have comments on the budget, which will have a short deadline.
If you don't mind, what I could do is try to summarize some of the key points that I think I heard from each of you. And that way we can kind of come to a consensus on multiple points. And then you guys could have just separate discussions on if there's anything lacking from there. And if there's support between at least 3 of you, then that would become a recommendation as well.
Okay, thanks. Yeah,
Try to tie this together somehow.
we probably have consensus at this point, and what we typically do is form a subcommittee to write a quick letter. And so, I suspect what we're going to do tonight is spin off 2 subcommittees to write 2 letters. Would it help to have Greg summarize our consensus, or are we comfortable with our
Sure,
consensus?
okay.
Sure.
So
Okay.
generally what I heard today was you don't want to give up the harbor to Baywatch. We don't want to go over to the county.
We appreciate their support.
Right. Love that the,
Wait a minute, I'm not necessarily against at least having the county assess that. Because if they could provide 15.6 people in the same budget,
Right. And also do the, have the MOE.
I think, it's the fiduciary responsibility to hear if they think they could do it a better way.
sure.
And I'm actually surprised that, it's not part of that, it's not considered part of that study yet.
Right. So, but I think what I heard was that the preferred option was option 5, that you're excited that the harbor master position is included, that you don't want to mix up boat captain with fire captain. You want 2 distinct kind of positions there. You want a lot more marine background on whoever becomes this harbor master. You believe that the harbor patrol should be fully staffed 24/7 regardless of the season. You'd like to open up the 2 MOUs. 1, the MOU with the fire department to increase staffing levels to reduce overtime. But 2, open up the MOU with the county to see what can be done better for better redundancy. So that if they do get pulled off the water, there's backup per se. And you would absolutely support the increased training of personnel to try to elevate the training to what has been perceived in past harbor patrol versions years ago. Is there anything I missed that you guys want to?
I think there's a nuance, and perhaps because we didn't really form conclusions, we were just poking at stuff.
Sure.
It's not there yet. I think you captured a lot of the discussion. So I'm okay with the interim decision to have a harbor master, defined from one of the div chiefs, but I think that should be very interim, right? And I don't agree with recommendation 5 in doing the land side, having a land side assignment. I don't know about you guys, we didn't get to really discuss it, but I just feel that's going to leave too big a hole in coverage, personally. And I understand we're in a manpower shortage and all that, but that just seems like we're putting the manpower the wrong way, in my personal selfish harbor view of the world. And so I'm not sure I agree with just saying option 5 is great.
I'll make a comment and I'll come back to that. I do agree with the addition that we do harbor master as soon as possible, coming out of the fire chief at first, but ultimately being a standalone position within City Hall and a true harbor master representative of the harbor. And I would continue the land side response kind of as it is now, for now, because staffing is tough. And I would let that harbor master assess how that's working going forward, because, hey, if it's working okay now and we're saving money, you can't do everything. You got to trim somewhere. But I think there's so many changes coming and so much more use of the harbor coming that we're going to find out real quick it doesn't work.
It's a false economy.
Once, when you have that mooring field full and that boat ramp full on a weekend and fishermen going out early, this is not going to be the harbor it is today.
Right, but I think if it was done, it's a complicated solution, right? But if it was done right, so if it was time,
And
it's midnight,
that's the kind of leadership I expect a harbor master to provide and
exactly.
figure out.
Yeah.
So I expect the harbor master to solve that issue cost effectively.
So the harbor, I think we need the harbor master to come up with specific recommendations, because my concern is if the harbor master doesn't report through the fire department, but the rest of the staff does, then you still have to have you have two supervisors then, which is probably the worst of all worlds, because you got people pulling you different directions. So I'm not sure we need to solve the long term, but I don't want to send the message that, if we do option 5, we're all fat, dumb, and happy. I think it's and I did sense, and maybe I'm wrong here, I sensed that option 5 was formally committing them to more landside stuff than the way it's done today. Is that?
That's true. It would increase their capability landside.
And responsibility.
Yeah, and even suggested in there, because what the department as a whole is lacking is another rescue. So there's only 2 for the entire department. This would actually add a 3rd, which would be used at times when they weren't on the water.
Do they answer calls like to the hotels across Harborside, or is it just Harborside right now?
Yes, they do. And the suggestion is that we kind of figure out where all the calls for service are down there and kind of redraw the map. And then say, okay, what's currently Harbor Patrol would respond landside in these circumstances at these times in this area. And it would be redrawn. And then the dispatch center would make the determination if they're sent or not. Mm-hmm. So on let's say that the Baywatch boat was not available, so there's no water coverage, and then that unit's going to be sent to a call. The dispatch would have to show that conflict and say, no, bring a medic unit from the north end of the city down here.
Do they know when Baywatch is on a call?
Well, with an MOU, they would have to know. So right now, our dispatch center does not know. They only know what our people tell them if Baywatch is assisting them.
Did they make that call today between the 2 units? If one unit's occupied, they send the other one even though it's not their normal?
Yes, within Redondo, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
How many people are in the platoons in Fire Station 1 and 2
So
at a time?
total, there's 19 people working at all times
Okay, so the other 2
for the
are
3 stations.
quite a bit larger than the 2.
Yes, yes, because in the harbor, you just have the boat or the landside unit, which is only occupied by 2 people, and the other stations have engines. One has a truck, and then one has a truck, engine, and paramedic. That's station 1.
Yeah. So the only way you get redundancy internally at Fire Station 3 is if you had 4 people. So you'd always have 2 for the boat and two to go landside.
Yeah, you would have to, yes, you would have to increase the amount of people. And, some of these thoughts are also being thrown around. All I'm trying to do and what the assessment said is let's open up our minds and have some agility, because everything's pretty rigid right now. So, there are ways to look at, taking personnel that are on another engine and converting those to paramedics that are responding just to medical calls. And we could go way deep into just having EMTs respond and bringing on a whole cadre of new people at the department to become more efficient. So we just need to look at every possibility.
It just seems land to land is easier than land to sea or sea to land.
It is, because the mutual aid systems that are built in and the automatic aid systems with all of our partners, it just automatically happens. I mean, people would be surprised. I was shocked because I had never really studied it before, but I was shocked as to how much those automatic aid systems come into play. So our medics are at the hospital and El Segundo is responding to, Redondo Beach to handle a medical call, but it's happening every day. In the police world, if we were doing that every day, we'd say we have a major problem here. We have to change our staffing levels. But their automatic aid systems actually work very, very well. But on the water, that's all they have. They've got Baywatch, and then if the police boat's active, that's it.
So Greg, you've been trying to summarize our consensus. I'd like to add 2 things if we have consensus on it. I'd like to recommend more administrative support, beyond what's already in the budget. I'll bring that up again in the budget section coming up. If we have consensus on that. And the other thing I'd like to mention, you, Commissioner Light, you said that you recommend getting a county assessment of full costs. We don't have a recommendation here for what we'd like to request of an MOU with the county in sort of our baseline option. So, if we do go ahead with keeping the harbor patrol and proceeding with things, more or less as they are, adding a harbor master, that kind of thing. What do we want to request from the county in the way of support from Baywatch? And, I think that would be, continued patrol of the beaches, use of the facility. I think they're staffing the facility, 24/7 unless they're using part of our fire station 24/7 unless they're on their boats. We have a spot for one of their boats there. We have a helicopter landing pad there, and then they provide backup.
Yes.
Is that the current setup, and is that what we should ask from the county?
Yes, and we have a separate, or the council has a separate subcommittee that I sit on also that's studying this issue. So I understand where you guys are coming from. That will translate into our next subcommittee meeting. Once we know the direction and the desire that you want for the harbor and the council weighs in, we'll be able to adjust what that MOU needs to say to accomplish it. That's actually what we have to tell the county. And the draft of that survey is done. It's with the council now. We'll meet one more time, finish that draft, and then send it off to them. But these are some of the answers we need. So I guess what I'm trying to say is once we know, we kind of have captured what your desire is, we'll have the council weigh in. We'll be able to adjust what that MOU needs to have to make it happen.
Okay. And regarding getting a full cost assessment from the county for full coverage, I know there's a very fraught conversation in parallel going on with getting that cost for fire services in the city. Where does that stand? Will we get that cost from the county, or is that request not going to happen?
No, so this will be part of it. So,
okay, good.
Yeah, in the answering of all the questions that the county has asked, one of them is, what is the response from Station 3? So we provide them already with all the data, and then what we'll say is, this is what we want. We want 24/7 coverage. We want the ability to do this and that. And then the county will eventually come back with a price. So it's already being done.
Great. Okay, thanks.
The only thing you didn't mention in the MOU that I think we've talked about is just some automated way of knowing availability for the handoff.
Yeah, they would be able to work that out. There's really good communication between the people that are down there working now. Just a lot of it, we don't necessarily hear because they're on different radio systems, but that's an easy thing to fix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it sounds like you do have a good summary of the commission consensus.
Great.
So any motion here, or?
My only other addition is I would exclude police department captain from an interim harbor master, only because I think it's a different, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. It's kind of a different focus that maybe would
It's the
not be
patrol
aligned
issue.
with the long-term goal necessarily.
So I'm still not clear on what we have consensus on. Do we all agree that an interim harbor master with one of the div chiefs is okay?
Yeah.
Do we all agree that long-term it should be a separate person?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. I
Great.
think we
Okay.
can probably all agree that we should beef up the training back to, what it used to be with the scuba diving certs and Coast Guard certs and vessel recovery certs and things like that. Is that a consensus?
I agree with that, and I'll back it up and say, unless you have, admins to do some of the desk work and processing,
Well, so
the
third
patrol
thing
crew is not going to have
admin
time to do
support.
that stuff, yeah.
Do we have agreement on that?
Yes.
Right, I think
So
we
that's
do.
the third one. The one that we may break down on is, I still don't agree with that bigger assignment of landside duties, even in the interim solution. So I don't agree with that. I don't know how you guys feel.
I guess for me, it's if there's a backup. So if the backup is solidly Baywatch, then okay, but if,
No, I'm talking about the
it's-
land side
Yeah.
responsibilities as paramedics responding.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay,
If
so
for some reason, I guess I feel like fire station 1 and 2 would be the default. If they're already on call, then you go to 3 and then,
That's not what,
I know, that's different. Maybe that would be a preference I would have for interim.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it, especially with what Chair Carlson said, basically, that the harbor master is ultimately going to be, as this thing matures, they'll have a better take on that.
but that's long-term. I'm talking about interim.
Yeah, but interim, they're already doing it today, right? I think.
No, he's beefing it up.
Well,
They're doing it ad hoc today, from what I understand, and this would be a formal assignment where your first cut, except for peak days like July 4th, would be you automatically go to the harbor patrol guys to do the harbor area and the hotels. I don't know where that boundary would be drawn, and that's not the way it's done today, from what I understood you to be.
So it's not ad hoc. They are paramedics that have a landside response unit. They do not have the full cadre of narcotics that are on that assessment unit. There's probably another piece of equipment or two, heart monitoring type stuff or something that they would need to have on that to become a full ALS unit. What's different is they would become the primary paramedic response landside when a call occurred in that area. This is where the breakdown between, Commissioner Light's saying he doesn't want them to do that. They are going now, but they are going in addition to other resources from Redondo. What I'm saying is have them be the primary at the time that they can, and
But when there's backup, right?
when there's backup.
Right, I think
correct.
that's the key thing. If there's backup, that
Backup
seems like
being
that's kind of.
Baywatch.
Yeah, that with backup being
Right.
Baywatch. But
Yeah, so
knowing,
if it's 2:00 in the summer, then they're probably not going
right, there won't be any backup, so they
They're
won't
not
be
gonna
Hard
getting.
to say
Landside.
without seeing the schedule or where the lines are drawn. So it's kind of a blank check. And not that I don't trust the chief, but
Yeah, it's
I
very.
don't think we can make
It's
a firm-
complicated.
to. But right now, we're just seeing what our consensus is, right? So I think we're agreeing with what you're saying.
And I think I'm not agreeing with you completely, but I'm not hard over on it. But,
Yeah.
look,
I
I'll
recognize-
go along. I mean, you got.
well, look,
you
I
guys have the votes
recognize
anyway.
ultimately we're going to make a recommendation to the council, and, they're the ones with the budget. And I don't necessarily want to trigger an increase in Harbor Patrol budget, to increase headcount in the Harbor Patrol yet. So I don't want to recommend something that's expensive. I do want good coverage there.
Well,
And I do
I don't think this would increase, going with the interim solution minus the land side, I don't think that increases the harbor budget for the harbor patrol.
So I'll agree with you and I'll say, how about this? I'll agree with you and I'll say, let's not increase their landside response. Let's reduce their landside response.
Or keep it as is.
Well, as is doesn't sound like a good solution because you're getting double coverage when they go to
Yeah, I agree.
a call,
That's, yeah.
landside's coming too.
So what about making them a full ALS unit? That doesn't seem, I'm just making them more efficient at that, so that you don't have double coverage at that.
But I think that comes along with them getting an area assigned, unless you can make them an ALS without having that assignment, but then is that worth it? So I agree, if they're doing nothing and they call them up and they can handle it, send them out.
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
And Baywatch is there.
Yeah.
I don't agree with, they're the first guys you go to. if it's at the, Sonesta Hotel, somebody's having a heart attack, and I think if one or two is available, they should go.
And here's where you and I differ. I do agree with your recommendation in making these guys the first guys you go to, but I also want the harbor master, the future harbor master, who I hope is coming soon, to assess
I'll
it.
buckle on the interim and go with what you guys, I mean, it's a consensus anyway, so I'll go with that, but I think we should leave it open for the new harbor master to evaluate as we see what the amenities plan evolves into.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It has to
Because
be
I'm not sure
flexible.
long-term, I agree with them being part of the fire department even.
I agree with that. Yeah, so maybe that's yet another line we keep here. Or maybe that's yet another thing we say in this statement that, long-term, we do want an independent harbor master,
Or at least the
representative in
harbor
City Hall.
master, yeah, and they
Yeah, and you're
evaluate.
assigning the responsibility of the harbor master to assess this
So,
in conjunction with the fire chief, but that person having the primary responsibility to figure that out.
so thank you, I'd forgotten that. Would you say that long-term, we are in agreement that Harbor Patrol should be a third public safety response organization? More like fire department than police, not patrol, not trained, not carrying sidearms. I understand the issues there, but as a public safety, as a third branch in a public safety response.
So that's my Jim Light, basic response is, yeah, they should be a separate service, but I'd like the new harbor master when he comes in
Fair
to
enough.
assess that and say what he thinks.
Right, yeah. No, I
Right?
agree that there should be absolute flexibility here. We want to continue to improve. But this is starting out and making changes and improving things. But of course, there's going to always be room for more improvement. Continue to make.
So do you think you have that now, Greg?
Yeah, I think so.
Or do you want me to try to paraphrase it?
So
Yeah, do you
I think,
want to?
again, we support a new harbor master. And in the interim, that could be, with the fire chief, but ultimately we want that to be a separate position and ultimately its own department outside of the fire department. Am I putting words in your mouth? or-
Potentially, depending on the
Potentially.
new harbor masters.
I think we'd say we want it to be a separate individual, and that individual should assess if the rest of the department is also separate.
Okay.
So let me start it a different way. We primarily accept option 5 as an interim solution only,
Okay.
right? And then make the outline. We agree that there needs to be a harbor master, and for that interim solution, that harbor master could be one of the div chiefs, just so there's no, because I was a little confused on that. Second, that,
The exception of redrawing the response area.
Uh,
For the
I thought you guys
land
were okay
side.
with that.
We were okay with the existing, right?
I prefer to improve and clarify the existing the way you said and not have double responses because the Harbor Patrol is unable to respond independently.
Well, okay, so there's different pieces. There's have Fire Station 3 equipped with a full ALS response. I
Yes.
think we're saying yes to that.
Okay.
The next part is redraw the land side response area.
Yeah.
To include a larger area.
And I'm okay with that personally, just because I want efficiency essentially. So as long as we make sure there's backup when somebody has, because these guys are closest anyway, they're going to be able to get to that person having a heart attack faster. And so they could save a life there.
How about if we modify a little, say, based on projected harbor needs
And backup.
And backup, yeah.
and backup?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
That
sure.
goes-
I mean, all this wouldn't be done until there was actually an MOU in the county in place, that we
Yeah.
codify this relationship of, because, what happens if we're gone and we go, okay, we're good, they're here, and then they go? We'd have to have an MOU that
No,
says,
Perish.
if we go, you have to accept this primary responsibility. So
Right.
there's a lot of, I think we're getting to where you guys want to be. And I would just end with, no matter what this decision is and what the council comes up with, we have a lot of discussions to work out the details with Harbor Patrol and the county and dispatch. And there's 30 other things I'm not thinking of that these guys are going to come up with that we need to draw into that
You need an
discussion.
implementation plan.
Yes, for sure. This would be a huge step. And much like I've said with other stuff on the fire department, we want to make sure we're putting in good performance measures and stuff before we make any drastic changes to our response model.
Thanks.
So Leslie, you do not want to increase the response area?
I could go either way, as long as, with those conditions.
Okay, so we're okay with the primary response duty, beefing up the truck to be an ALS, whatever the right words are there. And during non-peak harbor hours, defined non-peak harbor hours, and based on an agreed to MOU for backup, we're okay with that portion. We want to beef up the training back to what it was with skills such as scuba diving, vessel recovery, for examples. And then the last, adding administrative support to help with the workload. Does that generally sound? But the key thing is it's an interim solution.
Sure.
Right? And we're really pushing for a separate harbor master who then determines the destiny long-term. Is that?
Everybody,
I make a motion on going forward to council with that.
And who's writing that letter? Is it a subcommittee or is it Greg?
What do you think, Greg?
I can capture that.
Can you run it by?
Yeah, if
chair
you
before
want
you
to select
submit?
someone that maybe helps me with it, essentially.
I'm happy to.
Okay.
Do we need to add anything in there, option 5, that the platoon staff have the specific training? Or I guess that's
Do that
overtime.
training, yeah.
I guess that's overtime. Increase from what it is now.
No, they're going to have the training to work down there. We can't minimize their qualifications. So
Okay, so it's
they're
already,
still going to have that training. It's just the method in which we deliver it to them, whether it's all ahead of time or we draw that competency line and then increase expertise. But that's really that's an administrative decision to be made once we look at all of the different training.
And I think maybe one last thing is we've talked about it here, but we didn't put in, that somebody's got to be designated the boat commander in charge or captain, whatever you want to call it, but somebody's responsible for, the response on that vessel.
Yeah, our goal is, or the recommendation is if the MOU is open, you remove the word harbor patrol from the person's title. They just become a firefighter, paramedic, let's say. Then there's different levels of enhancement, probably eventually compensated for their training and expertise. And one of those would be captaining the boat.
So that's where I don't agree with calling them EMTs and firefighters.
well, they've got both.
I think
all
they are
those
harbor
capabilities,
patrol.
right?
They can't be called harbor patrol because the word harbor patrol, as has been redefined by the California Supreme Court, does not fit their job description. That's
Define
I
a
think we
new
can
word
find
for
something
patrol.
harbor related that's not a pure EMT. How do you designate an EMT that's trained in boating operations? Would you have a little modifier behind them, one who's the captain of the boat?
The suggestion is that their rank is their rank within the fire department, and then
I don't care about rank.
And then no, I know, but then whatever their level of expertise or specialization is, they would have a name for whatever that is. I don't know what it is. It could be captain of the boat or first boatmate. I think we put some language in there that other departments
There's
use.
one that wasn't a term that's recognized.
Yeah, but it's be very similar to the police department. It's someone that's a police officer, but they work on the SWAT team.
I just don't want people thinking because you're an EMT, you can jump on a boat and go rescue somebody.
No, I don't want them thinking that either. They would have to have the qualification to be down there.
So is that a separate designator under their duty title? Like I was captain, but I was a 4BY1.
Yeah, in the MOU, it would essentially say You're a firefighter, paramedic, but if you're going to be stationed at Station 3, you have to have X title and
And how do you
qualification.
capture that in the,
It needs to be rewritten. So the association needs to,
so that's what I want to capture, that there's just somehow designated, those people are, if patrol's not the right term, Marine Response Unit, if you want to get to what the,
yeah,
Marine Law Enforcement, but safety, I don't know. we call it-
Guardian?
Yeah.
That's what they call members of the Space Force.
Space Force are guardians now.
Sorry.
yeah, so there has to be, that has to be
There has
done
to be
in the
differentiation
MOU.
between harbor qualified EMTs and whatever the other terms are, and those who are only landside trained.
But, oh, go ahead. No, I'll let you finish on this one.
I think we're getting in the weeds if we're
Yeah, I think he
fighting over the
agrees.
name.
They just got to figure out their names.
I think it's just not, it hasn't been figured out yet, but I think
But
you guys are all talking
As
the
long as
same
we're not going to
language.
take an EMT from
Right.
Station 1 who's never stepped on a boat in his life
Right, no.
and give him the boat and say, go get that guy off the rocks.
Yeah, no, that would be
Yeah,
crazy.
Right.
But something, just one more perhaps little fly in the ointment. I'm not sure I'm comfortable saying that if certain hours are high usage in the harbor, then they can't do anything landside, right? Because say somebody has.
No, I'm just saying that can't be the responsible, the automatic go-to first response.
Primary,
unit.
right.
The primary,
Primary.
like it's July 4th or it's during a storm.
I think
or-
that falls to the MOU with the county. Because I think that falls to the MOU with the county and them as backup, because I'm as concerned about, a windy night in December as I am with July 4th.
Right.
I would not pull the crew on July 4th.
No.
And
But
if
I would-
there's a
I would-
windy night, hopefully somebody would make the call that night and say, we gotta, we don't want to abandon this position. But I think normally if it's not a windy night in December at 3 a.m, you could say, yeah, we'll be the primary.
I mean, ultimately, I would like really good leadership down there, as
Yeah.
Yeah.
you have shown with this report for the last, 6 months or however long you've been working on this detailed report. I hope we continue to have that kind of great leadership down there and give that future harbor master, the power to build a great team and do good stuff with it.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we want to save lives wherever. And if these guys are the closest to, I get it's this issue of being primary, but I think you're going to,
Yeah, but there's a point at which if there's 1,000 calls on land and 500 at sea,
Right.
Nobody else can respond to the seaside.
That's right.
Right? And that's my concern is we bog them down that because they're primary, we're pulling them away from stuff, being proactive and saying, you shouldn't go out with your boat in that condition while they're on a landside thing. And so now they have to respond to 2 emergencies because they didn't do the proactive thing. That's my concern with all of this.
I think we have consensus on that, and I think Greg and I can write something carefully to capture that we're really concerned about leaving the harbor uncovered, whether it's a busy day or an empty December night when no one else is down there. However, we do, want to use this team appropriately, save lives in the immediate area when appropriate. So I think we understand consensus and we're having difficulty pinning it down. So if you trust Greg and I to write something, we will.
That's my motion.
Okay.
It's a good motion.
My motion is to take that consensus we just discussed and for Greg and you to draft a response to council.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Is that possible? Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any, no opposed? Okay, heard all ayes.
Okay, good meeting. Let's go home.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Chief.
thank you.
Thanks. Thanks
take
very
a
much.
Great work.
2-minute break. I'm going to go get our next presenter. Right back.
What? I thought we're done.
What is he getting?
Our next presenter.
Oh, next presenter.
Oh, the lights just dimmed. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
don't know that. Is there water back there? What's back there?
There is water in the lobby. There's
Yeah, I think we've got everybody present again.
excellent. Okay, let's go on to item L2. Discussion and consideration of the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget, 5-year capital improvement program, and associated budget response reports.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got this special guest here, our illustrious leader, Mike Wazanski. He's going to do a presentation on the budget. Just a brief overview and really just open it up for questions and comments.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's nice to be here. I'm going to try to be somewhat brief. Some of you, I know Roger in particular, have seen a few of the presentations before the city council. So I don't want to give you a complete, sort of redundancy on that. So I've tailored tonight's discussion to a quick overview of where we're at with the broader general fund budget, and then a couple of slides on specific decision packages that are related to the waterfront and also some of the highlights in our waterfront-related capital improvement program. So with that, let me get to it. You may have all heard this, so I don't want to belabor it, but we're starting with a very lucrative, very generous beginning fund balance of about $11 million. That's largely available to the city due to really two things last year, or this fiscal year rather, the refinancing of our pension debt and savings that we accrued through that process, in particular as it pertains to the supplemental unfunded accrued liability payment we had to make to PERS this fall, ultimately being less than what we budgeted for, and then what amounted to be just an outstanding initial issuance and a very low interest rate and initial interest rate payment that was also covered as a result of those savings that we did not have to pay ultimately to PERS. So that accrued fairly significantly to this amount, as did not one but two American Rescue Plan payments that were scheduled to the city this year to offset some of our COVID-related budget pain. So it's not usual for us to have a starting fund balance of $11 million. This is a very nice problem to have this fiscal year, and not one that I would anticipate or expect us to get accustomed to. But it does give us a little bit of flexibility this year to restore lost positions, to pursue one-time projects, and then you'll see here at the bottom, allocate a significant tranche of funding to a single capital project. Our core revenues are a little over $101 million to start the year. Our core expenditures are a little under $102 million, so we have a little bit of a structural deficit there on a core basis, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. Our ongoing decision packages have a net impact of about $1.7 million of increased spending on an annualized basis. Our one-time decision packages have a total cost of about $2.6 million. And then I mentioned that significant CIP allocation. $4.3 million is being suggested and recommended for allocation towards a significant tranche of the pier parking structure restoration. Two components to that. One, a little under $2 million for a seismic upgrade to the facility. We have a unique opportunity with the vacancy at the Fun Factory space to really get at seismic resistance within the cornerstone of that North Pier parking structure, which is the oldest portion of the structure in the city. It was built in the 60s, and it was built to seismic standards of the time. So we have an opportunity now to do some work in there to add some strength, some seismic strength to the parking garage and hopefully extend its life and feel good about that going forward. And then on the other half of that is the first round of funding for additional rehabilitation work that has been recommended to us by Walker Consulting. The City Council is going to receive a fairly detailed presentation from Walker tomorrow night as part of our capital discussion. Suffice it to say, they're recommending somewhere in the neighborhood of $18 million of spending on the structures from a repair standpoint over the next 5 to 10 years. And really our focus here, given that we have as much general fund one-time money available to us as we do, and recognizing that we don't really have a waterfront without a functioning and safe and secure parking structure, that it made sense for us to allocate a portion of these resources, despite the fact that they're fully discretionary and could be spent anywhere in town on this very critical effort. So that's the biggest proposed allocation in this year's budget on a single tranche item. And after all of that math, we're left with a little over $1.8 million of unallocated resource that the council could choose to allocate through other projects or programs, or simply hold in abeyance as a savings measure. Couple of just quick points. As I mentioned, we had about a $600,000 shortfall between ongoing structural revenues and ongoing structural expenditures. After the decision packages, that number would grow on an annualized basis to about $2.3 million. The reason I'm proposing that this year and feel comfortable with that is because our budget right now is missing about a third of our regular transient occupancy tax revenue. And the reason for that, and I think I've mentioned this all to you before, perhaps in our last meeting, the Marine Avenue Hotel site was financed in partnership with the city and private lenders. Part of that partnership included from the city a site-specific tax pledge, meaning a portion of on-site generated revenues, predominantly transient occupancy tax, accrues to what's called an authority-funded reserve account as a stopgap measure for lenders in the event that there are really really unique circumstances in the market that would trigger their ability to access those funds. Well, there was a time when that AFR amount was actually $8.5 million. Thankfully, a few years ago, we pushed hard to renegotiate that amount and lowered it to $3 million, which is great because had it been $8.5 million when the pandemic hit, we would have lost all of that funding, not just the $3 million. So what's happening at the site now is that $3 million that was sitting there was used during the pandemic because the on-site operating revenues triggered its access. It was underperforming at a very low rate. Effectively, for the property owners to use that fund, vacancy needs to be at about the 70 to 75% level, or occupancy, if you want to look at it in reverse, at about a third of normal. And it's hard to imagine scenarios where that would occur. The pandemic was one of them. So they drew down that fund, and now as TOT is generated at the property, it has to replenish that fund and is directed to that account. And typically the Marine Avenue site spins off for us about $3+ million a year in TOT. We expect that fund to be restored over the course of this fiscal year and to come back online as a general fund revenue source beginning in 23-24. So ultimately, we feel good about being structural balanced or coming into structural balance in that 23-24 fiscal year as a result of that Marine Avenue hotel site. If it wasn't for that, I would have been a lot more judicious in our recommended restoration of positions and probably not pushed as hard as we are in the budget. But that $3 million sitting out there gives us some comfort in doing that. It should also be noted that the spending that I mentioned earlier does not include our $8.3 million economic contingency reserve. That is still set aside and not to be allocated. And it does not touch what has historically been a bit of a revolving account for us over the years, our CalPERS reserve account, which sits at about $5.1 million right now. So we still have, even beyond that $1.8 million of general fund unallocated balance, we have these two reserve accounts in the case that we have concerns in the next, in future fiscal years. And then separate from the operating budget, and I know that this commission is probably most concerned about this, is our CIP, our capital improvement program, which includes 122 projects and roughly $91 million of funding. That's a very healthy, very healthy capital improvement program. And this year we're picking up an additional $30 million of overall funding. 10 million of that 30 is the Seaside Lagoon funding we received from the state, the $10 million from the state for that project. So on the operating side, the decision package that are specific to really the waterfront, we have a number of them. The first four are restoration efforts. These are positions that and or budgets that were removed during the pandemic, and I'm proposing for restoration. The first one is the restoration of the public services lead worker position that's dedicated to the Pier and Harbor area. Historically, there's been two of them. In more recent years, due to the cuts, we've been down to one. We know how important maintenance is in the waterfront. This would help bring some of that back. And in fact, I think that was a conversation we had as a group when we were looking to prepare the budget. We're also restoring the part-time budget that is assigned to the maintenance division for Pier and Harbor area work. It's a fairly small item, I believe a little under $80,000 appropriation to bring back those part-timers who would supplement various activities, restroom maintenance, trash collection, whatever it might be during peak periods, and to help with special projects. We have funded on a one-time basis, but not to their full amounts, the Waterfront Falconry Program, the contract that we have for the Falconer, as well as our audit service agreements. Our auditing program is important. This commission has brought it up a few times, as has Budget and Finance. We stripped out our consulting services funding during the pandemic and removed some of that. This decision package puts the funding back for both of those efforts to continue those programs into the future. And then we also are proposing the restoration of contract resources for our waterfront landscape contractor, which has been defunct of late. And when we don't have that contract in its full breadth operating, we see a very distinct change in the landscape look and feel of the waterfront. So we are excited to bring that back on a restoration basis as well. The next one I mentioned, decision packages 40 through 46, are not specific only and exclusive to the waterfront, but they do have an impact on the waterfront. You may have noticed that we have piloted a quality of life unit that is operating out of the Pier substation down on the waterfront. That includes a temporary police, an acting police sergeant that supervises the unit, as well as some additional code enforcement resources and MSOs, our municipal services officers, who were trying in partnership to really enhance quality of life, not just at the waterfront, but throughout the city. The decision packages here in the budget would actually formalize that unit on a go-forward basis and add to the police department the quality of life sergeant that would be dedicated to this function going forward. So we think it's starting to show real benefit, not just in the waterfront, but throughout the community. We know how important, at least it has been to many of our residents and the city council, to tackle not just the normal sort of crime prevention activities, but some of the more finite quality of life issues, whether it be dogs where they shouldn't be, or use of single-use plastics, noise pollution, leaf blowers, things of that nature. Ordinances we've passed in the last few years that we really haven't spent a lot of time and energy out there enforcing. And that's ultimately what this unit is designated with doing. Beyond that, we are proposing a new position in the budget, a new Pier Harbor Maintenance Manager position. This would be to focus resources and think very strategically on a maintenance basis, not in a reactive way in the waterfront, a position that would help assist with capital project execution, capital project preparation, strategy as it relates to how effective we are in our different maintenance delivery methods in the waterfront. If you look at our broader public works organization, we have a Deputy Public Works Director, Mike Klein, who many of you know, and then we have a Building and Maintenance Manager, Gary Lalagi, who both have tremendous history and knowledge of the waterfront, but are spread across the entire community. Whether you need them to fix or troubleshoot a broken restroom situation in Wilderness Park, or identify a means to repaint Aviation Gymnasium, or address the installation of new light poles down on the waterfront, they're asked to do it all. And it's just too much from a span of control perspective to be as effective as I think we all would like to see our maintenance down on the waterfront be. And this is us recognizing that deficiency and really applying resources to try to help that going forward. Capital project delivery, always a big topic. We're proposing the addition of 2 additional positions in the department to bring about and execute more projects on a quicker, more timely basis. One's a civil engineer and the other one's a construction manager. The idea is most of our civil engineers have to be kind of really a little bit of everything. They have to supervise pre-design work, the preparation of plans and construction documents, final design approval, bidding, and then construction. This allows us to allocate or redistribute some of that work to experts. Designers can work on the design side and then hand the project off to a construction manager, at least to some degree, to help execute ultimately a greater volume of projects. And then we have the proposed use of additional contract cleaning services for supplemental purposes down on the waterfront. We piloted this concept this year during last year during some of our special events, and we noticed a significant improvement in the quality of the restrooms, and we'd like to do that again with a little bit more sort of stick-to-itiveness. So this is a proposal to bring about a specific contract for that purpose. Again, all trying to enhance and improve the quality of maintenance in the waterfront. And then this last one, again, this is a citywide initiative, but grant writing services. We do a great job in Public Works of obtaining construction grants. In fact, I want to say we might have $30 million of grants in our current CIP that have been obtained through our Public Works Department's efforts. But this would be to broaden that scope, really tap folks who have federal expertise, state expertise, regional grant funding expertise, bring them on as a consultant, watch for those grant opportunities and help us draft those grant agreements, and hopefully be more effective in pulling down some of that funding, which right now and is soon to hit the streets, a big chunk of that from the federal spending that was approved here several months ago. So those are the decision packages specific to the waterfront. There are 83 total packages in the budget. They all have value in different ways, and many of them still do have value in the waterfront, but these were really, I think, on point as it relates to the Harbor Commission's purview. On the capital side, just under $30 million of waterfront-related projects, 21 of them in total. That includes about $9 million of carryover funding and a little under $19 million of new appropriations. As I mentioned earlier, 10 of that $19 million is really dedicated to the Seaside Lagoon. It is from that state grant that we're fortunate to have. A couple of the highlights, Seaside Lagoon rehabilitation, big component of the waterfront CIP plan. We have $1 million of city funding that's been appropriated for the design work, and we have $10 million, of course, there for construction from the state. It's not enough. You all know this. We're anticipating a full reconstruction of the facility to cost closer to $30 million. We recently hit the streets for a request for proposals for design firms. Ultimately, we'll be back in front of this group talking about that design scope of work and what we're going to have those selected, that selected firm working on a go-forward basis. I believe we receive material for that in a couple of weeks, and we'll be summarizing that for you all here next month.
So Mike, when you say boat launch design, you mean the ramp for
Yeah.
trailered boats?
Yeah, the big one.
Not the hand launch?
Not the hand launch, that's different. This one, so maybe jump down to that bullet. Yeah, we have money in the budget to design. I know the amenities plan, looks like we're targeting the south end of Moldee. We're going to need to bring someone on to design and prepare plans and specifications for us to ultimately execute that project. Ideally, we'll find a way to supplement our funding, if not fully replace it, with DBA money, Department of Boating and Waterways. If there's not a more on-point project for their source, I don't know what is. So we have it there as a set-aside, so we don't have to wait, and we can start that effort sooner rather than later. But that's what we have in the budget now, is to start that design effort. And as soon as the amenities plan is approved and we have cited that facility conceptually, we're going to roll out an RFP to try to bring someone on to help us build it. And in the meantime, look at when the timing of Department of Boating and Waterway grants. Back up to the pier parking structure, talked about that. There's the $4.3 million in there for the seismic work and the rehab work. There's also $600,000 of uplands spending that is proposed for security enhancements, lighting improvements, and additional camera work down there to try to help provide additional sense of safety for our patrons and drive away preventatively some of the issues we've experienced recently with our transitional community that has been visiting the waterfront. Harbor dredging, that's been on the books for quite some time. We have another $2 million proposed to supplement that project. We have roughly $2.3 million currently in the project account. It's going to be about $4.5 million total to get that built. Everything's ready to go. Permits have been obtained through coastal, studies complete, environmental work done. The project is sitting with the Army Corps of Engineers. As soon as they give us the green light, we're off and running, but we do have a very narrow window. We can only, I believe, build this project in the spring. I think we have to start it in the spring.
First half of the year.
If we miss that effort, if we miss that window, we're waiting again. So we're pushing hard. Hopefully the Corps will get us the green light here in the next few months. But realistically, for us to meet that deadline, they've got to give us the go-ahead no later really than October, because it takes about 60 days to get to bidding, another 60 days to get to contract award and execution. So
Is your budget for dumping in the harbor or outside the harbor?
oh gosh, I think it was, you might know better than me. I thought we maybe funded the effort to put it to the shelf out there off of.
The original plan was both.
Yeah, I thought it was a combo earth, and then we have a hole somewhere in the harbor where we could deposit some of the material, but then we may have toggled it over exclusively to the out of the harbor location. I can't
That's
remember.
what I'm asking, because before.
I'll find out. We'll make sure. Greg will report back to you at your next meeting.
That's what we had recommended, but it's going to be up to the Army Corps.
Yeah, that might be what we're waiting on. I can't remember though where we left it.
They will tell us where to dump.
Yeah, I think our preference was to do a combo, or was it to actually get it offshore out to the.
The original proposal was to do a combo. We were getting into the weeds now. The original proposal was to do a combo. This commission felt that dumping anything in the harbor was a bad idea because we're already seeing buildup in the harbor, and there's DDT and other chemicals in this stuff, and we'd rather have it in open
Right.
ocean than
Right.
in the harbor.
That's what I thought. I remember engineers coming back to me saying, be a few more bucks, but ideally get it outside of King Harbor. So I think that's the request we've made, I think, following your advice. But we'll confirm that and get back to you. Boat launch design, we talked about that. There is a new appropriation in the budget for sea level rise master planning work. That was something we talked about last month. We definitely need to get moving on that. International Boardwalk surface repair. There's a proposal in there for $500,000 to help resurface that asphalt area. There's also a budget response report that talks about enhancing that with a paver project that would cost another $200,000. The only challenge, and we're still sort of sifting through this, is without the installation of a seat wall to help with storm surge, paver stones that are sand set could become a little problematic when we get high tide. And so we're trying to figure out if there's a way to mitigate against that, because ideally we'd like it to be more decorative, but ultimately it may just make more sense at this juncture until we can get the seawall repaired and actually add the seat wall to protect against surging, to perhaps do a more simplistic asphalt installation for the time being. So that's in the proposed CIP. This commission's familiar with the waterfront education facility concept. There's some money in there for pre-design work. I don't know if we'll need to spend it. Hopefully there'll be private money to help move it forward, but we have a $75,000 appropriation in there in case the city needs to bring some resources to the program. And then, of course, we have many other previously approved projects. Moonstone Park, we have an executed contract, and we're about to begin work for the Harbor Patrol Dock upgrades, as well as the pump out facility that's going to be significantly enhanced and made to be more safe environmentally. We have money in the CIP, as I recall, to design Basin 3 marina improvements or repairs amidst other projects. Railing throughout the harbor pier area, we're out to bid on that. Actually, no, we have an executed contract. We're back and forth on some liability provisions. That work will be completed this fiscal year. We're just about done, I'm told, installing all of our new pedestrian lighting around the boardwalk and other parts of the pier, which has made a noticeable difference, as I'm told. So that project's underway, but many waterfront efforts are in different phases of design and or construction in addition to that additional work. And then here's just a sense of where we're at in the city's process. The budget was delivered to the council on Monday, May 16th. They had their first hearing on that Tuesday, the 17th. Budget and Finance Commission has had a couple of reviews of it. They completed their review last week. And then June 7th was the City Council's second hearing that had an operations focus. They're going to receive another hearing and presentation tomorrow night that's going to have a capital project focus. And then we're scheduled to adopt the budget on the 21st. And this will be the first time we've ever had 4 hearings of the budget. Typically, we have a receive and file item and then 3 scheduled hearings. We added to that this year. And as this commission knows, this budget was prepared a little differently than it's been in years past, a little more collaborative work with commissions on the front side. And we had a couple of public workshops that preceded that work as well. So it's been a long couple of months, a lot of meetings, but we're nearing the end, I hope. And we do have a balanced budget, which is always positive. So tonight, really, your charge is to provide any comments you'd like on the proposed budget, any suggestions. Ultimately, you would codify them through either one of two things: a letter that we would forward to the City Council as part of their June 21st budget hearing packet, or if you'd like, we can summarize your comments in notes or minutes and get that to them as part of our budget response report that is really the summation of different commissions' input. However you'd like to do it. Really the goal, though, tonight, review and discuss the budget and provide any input you'd like to the City Council.
Thanks a lot. Thanks very much for coming here and for coming last month as well. Once in a while you hear staff or council isn't listening to the Harbor Commission. You being here twice in a row in a really busy time and asking us for input on, nothing more important than budget, asking us for input on budget, that proves you're listening to us. And, I, for one, really appreciate it. I also want to say I'm delighted with this budget. Thanks for putting this together. Thanks for all the staff that put this together. Thanks for everybody that, you know, got those different funding sources. I was really hoping to see in this budget package, like a little taste of the amenities plan, like, you know, oh, maybe we could get a gallon of paint and a new bench here and there. But to see the number of things that are starting here, okay, a lot of it's over 5 years, but just to see the amount that's funded and becoming real is really, really exciting. And, you know, every other time we've seen a budget, half the budget packages have been deletions, not adds. This is practically all adds. This is fantastic. This is really great news. This is really exciting. So thanks a lot for coming down. What I would propose at this point, there's two ways we could go. We could do something pretty simple and just say, yep, we like all the spending, go do it, and have this meeting over in 5 minutes.
Sounds great. Just teasing.
Or we could flip through the capital improvement items and the decision packages and see what consensus is on those. The capital improvement is up tomorrow night. I would be willing to summarize those or even attend the meeting and say, you know, present to council or whatever, you know, help you guys present the commission's wishes to council. So I don't know, how's the commission feel? You want to step through the
I have
packages?
a
Or?
couple comments, questions before we get into the CIP on the basic budget
Okay.
and maybe some of the decision packages. But
If we're getting into the decision packages and the if you have general questions, go ahead. But I was going to say, if we want to discuss the packages, let's go through them.
I'll keep it to the,
Okay, yeah.
So let me ask my first question is pretty general. I think this is the first year we're seeing operational deficits on both sides of the harbor, the tidelands and the uplands. I think last year one was still positive and now they're both negative. Is there something you attribute to that, or is there a path to get better?
I think there is a path to get better. Actually, I was fearful going into this budget, and Greg and I talked about this quite a bit, that we would be in a larger deficit scenario. We were 7 figures on the tidelands going into last year. We've trimmed that to about $500,000. I think there's room for improvement there with better than expected performance, particularly in the area of Seaside Lagoon. If you look at our proposed funding there, it's very modest. I actually think, and our staffing is showing this, that we should see greater admission this year and higher revenues than are in the proposed budget. But time will tell on that. There is some deficit spending in the Tidelands. Love for that not to be the case, but it's not cataclysmic. And I do think over the next few years, especially after we make investments and we see more of our lease revenue come back online, we'll be okay. We're still not in either location, uplands or tidelands. We are not at 100% of normal. And I don't just mean, I mean even a post-pandemic normal. I mean a slightly reduced top line revenue source. So Portofino, I think, will get rolling again next fiscal year and the year after. We should do better there. On the upland side, the Shade Hotel continues to be a real bright spot for us, but there's still room for growth. You know, we have a couple of leases hopefully coming online in the waterfront that'll be accretive to the overall bottom line. We are seeing more activity in closed session, more leases looking for renewal. We are slowly closing the gap on some of our vacancies down there. Obviously, the Fun Factory, if we can get that thing running again at some point with a new operator, significant revenues, that's 30,000 square feet of space. There's a lot of potential there. So,
And a second Beach Life Festival this year.
Another Beach Life Festival should help, add some additional life down there. So it is, on paper, it's a structural deficit. I'd love for that not to be the case, but I feel confident in our future over the next few years. I do.
Okay. I also am pleased to see that there was a drop on one of the ISFs.
Yeah.
And so I applaud that. I hope we can continue to do that because, that's been my pet peeve is that we charge this harbor more than any other harbor up and down the coast for internal service fees. So I applaud that.
Thanks for asking that. Matt's not here. I know he would have.
Yeah. Let's see. I just wanted to make a note. I don't know if you were listening in, but we had a discussion on the Harbor Patrol and, what we do with the Harbor Patrol long-term. One of my concerns is, and it's reflected in this budget, is that there's basically 6 Harbor Patrol personnel between the 2 different positions. And that's 6 people for 365 days a year, round the clock. I mean, that just drives you to, there's no way to do that without overtime. And I don't know how these guys get holidays and things like that. That just seems unsustainable from a long-term perspective. And what I can't ferret out is from the police side of the budget, we used to have the Marine Maritime Response Unit or whatever it was called.
Right.
I can't find that in there. So I don't know if that's been reabsorbed, but I don't know how much of that's gone, is there or?
There's some of it there. We haven't fully restored that unit post-pandemic. If there's a vacancy in the budget, I think that might be where it's at from a policing standpoint. But there still are some officers in the budget assigned to both the Uplands and Tidelands areas. I don't know if they're staffing it.
I saw some of that, but I didn't see the Marine Enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think they're targeting it quite with that sort of attention these days. It's more serving the waterfront in general.
Yeah.
Trying to get out on the pier, trying to walk the pier with a little more regularity. Patrol's been out there more and has been more active. In fact, has visited some of our businesses. Some have been thrilled to see him, some not so thrilled. But there is a little more life and activity down there. And that's really what the quality of life unit's meant to do. It's to really provide a presence and try to assure our patrons a greater sense of security down there. And I hope it's having that impact. But there is still assigned personnel to both the Tidelands and Uplands.
Yeah, I saw that. So my personal preference, and that's not the commission's necessarily, I'm not speaking for the commission, is that, to the extent, it's always going to be a budget push down there, and we can see that we're running at a deficit. So it's, even if we get the upside, it's still tight. I would rather see more budget go towards a real harbor patrol than towards, a real beefy marine enforcement unit. Because I just don't see how 6 people is sustainable.
Yeah.
So that's my personal preference. And with that, I'm ready to get into the CIP. Those are my general budget.
I don't want each of us to go through the whole list. I'd rather go through the list and have each of us comment on each item as we go through. Just for.
On the CIP.
And on the decision packages.
Yeah, I can stay away from the decision packages if you want.
Okay.
I'd rather get in the CIP to start.
Let's definitely start with the CIP because that's up tomorrow night. So looking at the CIP package, I don't know if you guys can bring up the CIP package. The first one I'd like to look at, the first one that I think hits the harbor is page 39 or page 7, the offshore debris total maximum daily load.
Yeah, why don't I do this?
Question about that one.
Maybe we can, this is going to be, see, I don't think we've tested this that much, but let me pull up. Well, what I was thinking of doing here, let's see. Is there a specific document you want to look at the CIP document itself, or do you want to?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Thanks. And Greg, thanks for sending that out.
Just so I know okay, they've got that then. Okay.
Yeah, we do.
What page, Mr. Chair, would you like to start on?
In the PDF, let's go to page 39. I think this is the first CIP that hits the harbor. So this is funding for reducing nearshore and offshore debris with filters on storm drains.
Yep, yeah, this is Measure W funded, yep.
So 2 questions. It looks like we're already behind on this. It says this has to be implemented to 100% 8 years after execution, and it was executed in 2012.
Well, there have been some extensions to this program by way of the fact that we have an enhanced watershed management program that is collective with other agencies. It's bought different compliance milestones.
Okay.
We're actually, I would argue, but for the setback in this sort of Hermosa Beach green infiltration project that was a bit of a dust up. We've worked it all out. Everybody's, we're all rowing in the same direction again.
Yeah.
But that was a little bit of a couple of years setback. But other than that, we're working the program pretty hard. We've had some successful installations. This would be more of that. So I don't have an issue with compliance. I think we're okay under the EWIMP. But we do have a few projects that we have to get built.
Okay. So
This is just Redondo? The Redondo drain?
No, this is all near shore
This is
debris.
various, yeah, we have a couple different discharge locations where we've got filtration projects. Yeah.
So this is just essentially, filters on things flowing into the harbor
Yep.
and the watershed.
Yeah, mostly candidly, not even in the harbor, really, into coastal waters.
So my question, can we do anything to address sources that are within the harbor already? Like, it would be great, it's a separate issue, it'd be great to have Harbor Patrol walking the docks, but I'm particularly thinking of ancient dock floats throughout the harbor that are shedding styrofoam pellets. There seems to be no way to address that. And, ultimately, I think we address it when leases come up in 10 years and those floats have, completely decayed. But there's dock floats there that are made of styrofoam coffee cup material. And they're, some basins, especially the middle basin is just coated in styrofoam pellets. And here's something trying to stop styrofoam pellets, but it's not going to do it because it's not getting into the source.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. I can talk to our engineers a little bit about that. I mean, this came up, as you know, a little bit in our conversation with the water quality issues down in the liverboard discussion. So, an inner harbor trash or water quality improvement program would be a little different. It's not been a priority because our MPDS permit is really focused outside the waterfront, outside of the harbor. But it's not to say it wouldn't be worthwhile, and it's not necessarily something that we couldn't develop. We could. It's just a matter of resources and prioritization.
Yeah, I'm in favor of doing this, and I'm not suggesting we do anything different. I'm just letting you know that there's another source of styrofoam pellets, and I'd love to address it somehow, and I don't know how to do it other than when the master leases come up.
Yeah, we'll kick it around. Around as an aside.
So, any other comments? Everybody in favor of getting plastic out of the ocean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Apple pie, yeah.
All right, the next one I think that affects the harbor is page 50. This is upgrades to bike lanes. My only question on this, is this consistent with the amenities plan? Because it's kind of an eye chart, but that looks a little different than what's the amenities plan right now.
Yeah, that's the original bicycle master plan that was approved regionally. So there are areas now as we get into specific design that are going to have nuance. We'll have to, at some point when the amenities plan is approved, we'll have to overlay that and talk about specific projects in the waterfront. Most of the grant funding that we have slated in this project, this is actually the set-aside account. The bigger bike effort is with the $1.9 million of Metro funds. There's multiple locations that are cited there. None of them, to my knowledge, are inside King Harbor. I think they're all in other various locations throughout the community. So, but when we approve the amenities plan, we'll need to tighten up our local effort there.
Yeah, this one does have some additional bike paths in the harbor in that little chart, and it's close to what's in the amenities plan.
But it's not quite right.
Yeah.
We'll need to reconcile the two.
Okay.
I don't think any of our proposed capital projects at this point are touching those areas of the bike path. So I think we're okay for now, but we'll need to reconcile.
Okay. Any other comments? Nope. Okay. Next one is page 65, Basin 3 seawall improvements. And my comment and concern here, and I've said this before, is that's only one of the basins. There's hard seawalls throughout the rest of the harbor, and the Basin 3 one is the smallest one. I know it's the one we are primarily responsible for, and I'm always curious how the relationship works and who's responsible for the other ones. They're not in great shape either. I think they see a little less surge. They're probably a little more protected. But if the city is on the hook to preserve, every linear foot of basin seawall throughout all three basins, I'm concerned about that because we've only studied the South Basin. We haven't studied the other two. So, is it completely on the master leaseholders to fix up those other seawalls, or is it on the city?
Yeah, I think that's a debatable point, candidly. I think if you ask the master lessees, they might argue one point of view and we might argue another. I think in short, we need to address and assess all of the seawalls as part of the master planning effort. I think we need to look at that. I think one option, and of course this is all subject to negotiations, would be as these leaseholds are renewed or extended or ultimately put out to proposal, that perhaps a component of the reinvestment in that space is associated with that kind of infrastructure. Now, it's a heavy lift. There's going to be the capacity, hopefully, for federal money to maybe subsidize some of these efforts. So we're going to be pursuing it on a grant basis, most definitely. And it may be partnership, depending on where we're at with the various leaseholders at the time. But right now, Basin 3 is in here because, to your earlier point, we are immediately responsible for its condition. There's no argument. We can't point to anybody other than ourselves for this repair.
So I know chairs don't usually make motions, but I'd like to make the motion that our feedback on this one is that we suggest the city consider funding evaluation of the seawall in the other two basins and of the Galveston wall, the long, hard wall on the very north end of the harbor that protects the whole harbor from the south swells. So I don't know if we're on the hook or not, but
Right,
we
just
don't even know the condition. We only know the condition of the South Basin because that's the only one we've had Noble evaluate. And it would be great to have Noble do a similar evaluation of the other two basins and that seawall. What we've learned the hard way about, concrete, you get a crack in concrete, salt gets in there, salt gets into the rebar expands, the concrete breaks. We can see that happening in that Galveston wall, which is not on any particular leaseholder's land. And I think that's entirely on the city's hook. Not sure, but it would be my motion that the commission suggest as part of this package or potentially a future package that we do an evaluation.
Yeah, I would agree. I was wondering about the rest of them. And it sounds like we need a plan to at least assess responsibility and condition.
And I think we'll find out that the others are in okay condition compared to that South Basin, which has been fixed up over the years and sees more surge, but it would be good to know.
Yeah.
But that long Galveston wall, I am concerned about it popping, and that would be exciting.
So I'm on board with that. My concern is if we look at just the leaseholders having to pay for it, that's how we got in the Center Cal problem. You push the cost on them, they want more density. And we don't want more density, or the community doesn't support more density. And I think we're in a unique situation where, we tie it to sea level rise, because none of them are tall enough for sea level rise. And we go for grant money and maybe alleviate that from the responsibility of the leaseholders. So we don't have this burden on, I need more density to make this pen out.
Or more term or whatever it might be.
And maybe ultimately we don't extend the leases, right? We allow them to expire and the city slowly.
I'm not suggesting who pays for repairs or even doing repairs. I'm suggesting the city pay for
We can't
evaluation.
write the grant. Well, we can, but you have more data to put in the grant if you have hard facts.
I agree.
Yeah, there's no question. And our preference would, of course, to be to put this on the federal government funding wise, if we can. Sometimes that's easier to say than do, but that would be our approach and our primary pursuit of funding.
I think that's where, the new grant services contract comes into play too. We can really lean on that new position or the new contract.
Well, I think it's going to be some politicking too.
Sure.
Yeah, it is. And that's ideally why you bring the consultant on, is they may have those relationships that can advance grants a little bit more seamlessly than little old Redondo Beach on its own. So.
Yeah. So I'd like to make the motion that we're in favor of this capital improvement plan, and we add the comment that we'd also like to see evaluation of the other two basins and that seawall.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thanks.
Can we tie that to the sea level rise one, or do you want that?
I want it separate because this one specifically came out of the evaluation of the seawall condition itself. So I'm just looking for something specific here. Thanks. I think the next one is page 66, item 34, the boat ramp. And I have no comment on that. I agree with starting funding on it and moving out on it, and I agree with your, potential funding sources. Just a comment between us, I'm concerned that there's costs we don't see here. Someday more harbor patrol, more traffic studies,
yeah.
more traffic flow management, all those things that go with this.
Yeah, there are operational
It's not
expenses.
just pouring concrete.
Yeah, it's not just going to be rolling it out there and building it and just letting it be. I mean, there will eventually be some operational expenses. That's a certainty.
Which gets back to the 6 harbor patrol.
Yeah. Which then ultimately costs you more money in overtime,
So any other comment on this item on boat ramp? I think it's page, are we on it? The boat ramp is page.
66.
Yep, you're on it, yeah.
So if I read this
66
right,
in
Mike,
the
you're
PDF,
spending
34 on the bottom.
$800K next year and then
Yeah, we would have
for
immediately.
this coming year?
Yeah, we'd have 800 immediately available to us to start design work. It'll be a multi-year design effort, as you know, if you include permitting in that process, and we'll have to. But ideally, this is seed money, and we can go out and get a DBOG grant and supplement that.
But this isn't building the ramp.
No, construction there's a $4.5 million, nothing more than a placeholder figure in the out year. That's not sufficient, I don't think, to ultimately build it, particularly in today's materials environment and supply with all the supply chain issues and everything else. So that estimate, I should say, will be updated when we have the designer on board actually giving us more informed costing.
So I applaud pulling that to the left. I'm hoping construction stays to the left as well. I think the constraint from the Coastal Commission is before we build anything else, we at least have to have a path forward on that.
Oh, yeah, this is front and center on everything. I mean, it really is. As you know, any net new square footage of significance is gonna have to be following this effort, at least to some degree.
Okay, fully support moving forward fast on this one. It's about time.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Really? It's only taken us 60 years.
You could push it out for,
Thanks. Yes, please. Next one is page 68 or page 36 at the bottom, the International Boardwalk resurfacing.
You skipped dredging.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's because I had no questions on it, so I didn't make a note about it. Sorry about that.
Well, my question
ahead.
stands, where are we dumping the stuff? Hopefully it's
Yeah,
not.
we'll confirm that.
I mean, I personally think it's dumb to dump in the harbor that's already filling up with sand.
I couldn't agree more.
Unfortunately, that won't be up to us. We gave our comments to
yeah. We even talked about maybe.
the Army Corps, and they will tell us where it can go.
I can tell you this, as staff, we'll be pushing for the outer location, and if we can get Army Corps to agree, that's how the project will be bid.
And in comments, I even asked, we had trouble getting a unified response to that because of timing, but as an individual, I asked that they consider moving that dumping site further to the south, moving it away from the sensitive canyon area, moving it away from the sensitive juvenile giant sea bass area, moving it away from the good surf break at Topaz Jetty, and moving it closer to the county building where if the county needs to pump sand on shore, they've got heavy equipment and buildings sitting right there to do it and manage the sand, so.
Exactly, and I think they talked about the fact that once you do move it outside, when the sun can hit this stuff, it actually degrades it. So, and it's away from the marine life.
Okay, so thank you, dredging. The next item was the next page 68 or page 36, International Boardwalk resurfacing. No questions in favor of it.
Right, I mean, but is there some option that you could do something that would, that you could put down that would handle, tides, seawater hitting it essentially? Because since we're spending all this money on putting asphalt down, it'd be nice to do something nice with,
Well, what I will add is that the public amenities plan, at least in the International Boardwalk area, is really focusing on those shared areas, the walkways, the outdoor dining areas, all that good stuff. And essentially, I think the desire from the public amenities plan is to go with something more like a paver situation, but obviously we would have to fix the seawall first. So there's timing and I think there's a longer path to replace the asphalt with something a little, I don't want to say nicer, but essentially this would get us a nice clean surface in the interim Because it is a topic that I hear from the tenants all the time, is just
Yeah,
how
I'm just
dirty it
wondering if
looks.
there's something in the middle where
Well,
you.
there is also a separate package here for sea level rise.
Okay.
So I hope between that one and this one,
Yeah, the challenge,
Cover it.
I think there's a sense of urgency to try to beautify this area. And the reality is for us to do what we all would like to see done, which is address the surging, we can't, from an engineering stability standpoint, add a raised seat wall, for lack of a better word, on top of a borderline structural seawall, right? We would have to repair or replace the seawall before building up the surge protection, right? And as you all know, that's a multi-year CDP effort. We're not, even if we had immediate funding, designing it, gaining approvals and getting it constructed would take a long time. And I think there's a sense of urgency to try to get the boardwalk cleaned up while that effort is sort of underway.
Right, I'm just wondering if there's another option where you could put something down that is like pavers that would withstand seawater, essentially.
What I was thinking about is whether or not we move away from a sandset paver stone to
Epoxy.
an epoxy or maybe, some type of a grout placed. And perhaps we have the ability, this is what the engineers are looking at for us. You might be able to add a small curb to the existing seawall without adding any real structural load that could frame up a paver stone that could give you enough depth to where you could actually place it and it would be sustainable in a surging environment. It's a trick. I don't know. The other option might be decorative, an asphalt with some level of striping decoration that wouldn't create a slip issue. That's another balancing act.
Or even stamped concrete. I mean, have they, because you can do some really cool things with that as well, right?
If we could. Concrete starts to add a little weight and expense as well. It probably goes from $500,000 to something much more expensive than that. So it's just a problematic area to do anything. And so I think we all want to accomplish the same thing. I'm certain of it. It's just a matter of what's the most cost-effective and immediate solution to buy us the time we need to get to the permanent solution, which is clearly a repaired seawall, a nice, beautiful seat wall that looks good, is decorative, and protects against surge, and then a new landscape infrastructure, parkway furniture plan in the boardwalk that everybody can be proud of. That's the $10 million answer. I think that's the one we all want to get to. We gotta shake the feds down for a few bucks to do it, I think.
Yeah,
so this one's a bit of a Band-Aid.
It is. It's clearly an interim measure. That's how we have to look at this proposal.
I fully support doing a Band-Aid right now and then doing it right versus doing it right and then doing it right again and spending twice. My big thing, and Greg knows this, is since we put that black slurry or whatever you call that sealant, that place has turned into an oven down there. And anything we can do to get more reflectivity, to get the temperature down, which will help with air conditioning in the different units, is a huge bonus, plus along with the beautification of it as well. So I'm hoping some kind of lighter color with reflectivity is
Colder beer?
Pardon?
Colder beer?
Colder beer, yeah. But if you could spend a couple $100 extra grand just to put down, say pavers with epoxy or something that would last, and even though, you're just Band-Aiding it a little better, the tenants down there would be, way happy.
I think the sooner we can get something done, before, if we could, well, I don't know if you could even get this before summer, but it's hot down there. I've eaten in those restaurants and you sit there and just sweat, even with the air conditioner going full throttle.
Yeah, I think the reality, just to help manage some level of expectation, even if the council funded this and we went right with asphalt, it would be after summer that we would really be installing this. It's a challenging environment. We're struggling with our skate park installation. They're pushing back. They're having trouble figuring out how to actually get concrete to the site in a cost-effective way with price of materials. So we're in a back and forth with them right now too. It's, we've got weight load restrictions down there. You're all familiar with that. You can't bring traditional equipment down there. It's not a big enough area. So it's.
Hey, they bid it, their problem.
Yeah, right. And it's a design build agreement.
I'm kidding.
No, totally. Listen, part of us feels that way, but yeah, it's tough building on the waterfront. It's tough.
I have a comment. I don't know a good place to put it in here, but there's parts of the harbor amenities plan that'll be kind of the connectivity pieces and the look and feel. And some of them obviously play into a lot of these capital improvement areas, but there's probably holes and a cohesive design approach that I imagine will be the recommendation. So how does that get funded? No, it's kind of like you need someone to come in and do this specific design and like, we're going to use these lamps and whatever, these materials, and they get spent at different times as they get pulled into these different elements. But how does that envision from a capital improvement?
Yeah, no, you raised some very good questions there. I mean, it's not just the connectivity, it's how, what sort of synergy exists between different landscape plans, furniture, equipment, all of that. Is there a consistency, or are we going to have individual standards for each of the various, site and amenities? I think those are all good questions that do get answered as part of specific design. I think, we'll design the Seaside Lagoon. We'll be designing, hopefully, a waterfront education center, and we'll be designing a boat launch ramp, all on hopefully fairly parallel tracks, not to mention Moonstone Park. So the idea is that we need, as staff, to try to coordinate a consistency of design through that process, and the community, the commission, the council needs to think about it in that lens. And then at some point, I think Sport Fishing Pier and the promenade become elements that are sort of standalone projects that begin to connect the various amenities.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's
in a
nothing in here
unified way.
that pays
Yeah.
for the
The connection,
promenades.
yeah, and I think
right?
I think that comes later. It's a need. It's cited in the plan. We all need it to happen. I think we need to get the chess pieces set first, and then I think we bring about the connection.
Yeah. Because I guess otherwise you'd have to redo.
Right.
If you don't know the boundaries.
Right.
There's probably a public message about that. Like publicly you think, well, those are the easy things that would make it look so much better. Let's just go for it now. But there would be a lot of redo if you did it.
It would. I mean, think about just the overlay, you've got the small hand launch, there'll be work down there. There's got to be connectivity to how, egress, ingress to that site, whether it's pedestrian or vehicle, and how that shifts, yeah, I think I know Jim's preference, and how you ultimately how you would design a promenade that would be pedestrian and vehicle friendly, or one or the other. A lot of those things change with the nature of the amenity. The Sport Fishing Pier, clearly, the boat ramp is going to be right potentially in the middle of the connection between International Boardwalk and the rest of the mall. So all of those, it's a great question. I just think the time will come to bring those together.
I wonder if you need then like a small allocation toward a consultant like SWA, that as we pull all these pieces together, they're consulted in these kinds of areas, right? Of how considerations for pulling them all together.
Yeah, it's
I don't know,
interesting
just a
thought. I mean,
thought.
at the right time, maybe it's a better conversation this time next year, when we're a little farther down the road with the design efforts.
My question is, wouldn't that be part of the implementation plan for the amenities plan?
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, but there'll be details, where you would, I don't know, I'm just envisioning a very low level ad hoc.
And they did say for the amenities plan, they were going to come up with a kind of a look and feel theme thing, right? Wasn't there?
They're certainly going to suggest it.
Going to make some
Yeah.
suggestions to that effect.
It wouldn't be hard to amend their contract later to provide some QA, QC to the whole process on a master planning effort. I think there's just so much specific design work that is yet to occur
Sure.
in all of those amenities, right? That trying to tie them together now without knowing kind of what they're functionally going to do in a more specific form it could be that we're sort of spinning our wheels until we're ready.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. A good thought, though.
Thanks. Okay. So we are down to, that was International Boardwalk resurfacing. I think we're all in favor of that.
Yes.
Recognizing it's a Band-Aid for now. Next one is page 69, page 37, the Marina parking lot pay stations. I'm certainly in favor of that. I want to make sure we still plan to open the gate on Beryl.
On Beryl, let me get my head around that.
Sorry, on Portofino Way.
On Portofino Way, yes, absolutely. Get rid of the guard shack?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's why we're excited about it.
Okay.
Get these pay stations in, we can get rid of any of the operating costs associated with the gate.
Is there any traffic flow planned on part of that? Like, should that gate be the main entry?
Well, that's.
Which will
You know
let
what I-
traffic cross the bike lane at a light and come in near Seaside Lagoon and put a greater focus on
Yeah.
Seaside Lagoon?
I think it's a great question. You know what I think is going to drive that is what's the egress ingress plan for the boat launch ramp at the south end of Moldy, and whether or not that's going to be a Portofino way, or if that's going to be off Pacific, or how are we planning to ultimately access the ramp. And then I think that will start to drive probably our main entry point to the parking lot.
So I have a very small boat, and I have one of the smaller pickup trucks you'll see towing a boat. If you think that going down Harbor Way with a boat, even a very tiny one, is
Yeah.
easy, you are welcome to
I have
try driving mine
I have no
and
question.
crossing the bike
yeah,
lane on a Saturday.
That's not going to,
That
that's
is
not
an
going to make
open
things
invitation. Anytime
Yeah.
someone,
Yeah.
so, I recommend that Portofino Way entry.
Yeah, I tend to think that that's the likely outcome. I mean, you all have been monitoring this pretty closely. That seems logical to me. But I think once that occurs, that's going to drive our main point of entry to the entire lot, right?
Yeah.
So, and then we're going to need points of relief, probably exits that we may have exit points and not entry points. I don't know. But all that's got to be sourced out.
Hey, if it's pay anywhere, it's a free for all.
Yeah, you don't have to worry too
But
much
if you
about
do encourage more traffic to go that way, that helps the boat ramp traffic. Sorry, go ahead.
My question and concern on this one is, and I brought this up when Director Proud was here and this first started coming up, is, when do we implement the Measure C requirement for repeat users, being able to get a reduced, like you get a parking ticket or card or something that lets you in multiple times for a reduced price? Because that used to be able to do that, and
Yeah.
that's gone. And then they used to charge you half the price if you had a kayak or something like that on your car, and that's gone.
Yeah.
So is
Yeah.
this going to be able to implement that?
It'll certainly make it easier, because I think ideally that program will need to be uniform throughout the waterfront, right, in any of our public parking areas. And I imagine the technology allows us to program that kind of discount rate in, and then we'll have to create a program that ultimately would hold up to whatever the current Coastal Commission guidelines are on public parking, right? It's going to have to be available to everybody. And yeah, I think the short answer is yes. And ideally, as soon as we get these things in, I think we have a much more consistent parking program in general, and then we can start focusing on.
Well, as we're buying this, if we could roll it out with that built in,
Yeah,
start achieving Measure C's
Yeah.
requirements
Yeah.
right off the
Yeah,
bat.
and I think it does give us much more flexibility, and it'll allow us to be consistent. Right now we have two different parking programs. We have the city's program in the structures, and then we've got this weird kind of gate program that's operated by a consultant for us. It's an odd arrangement. It
And
needs
then you
tightening.
got the north end of the harbor.
Yeah, which is a complete, and Marina Way and everything else. So, yeah.
I'd even like to see the city parking passes allow free parking in there, maybe only weekdays in the wintertime. But I hate seeing that parking lot empty.
Yeah.
Come on down and go for a walk, buy a cheeseburger or a churro, and, even
Yeah, I
just in
think the pay
wintertime.
by station will help its use in general. I think the guard shack in itself just discourages people just by nature.
Okay, so are we all in favor of going to the pay stations in there? And that's a program that's been underway.
It's going to save money.
Next one is page 72, improving camera security of International Boardwalk. I want to make sure that includes the dining decks and the skate park.
Make sure I'm on the right page here.
Sorry,
You're
72.
We're talking pier parking structure security, this one?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I had the wrong number. Yep.
Yeah, it's throughout our structures. The idea here is to add more cameras. And your question specific to International Boardwalk, yes, it will help International Boardwalk.
Skate park and the dining decks
Yes.
on the upper level?
Yes, all
Okay.
three.
Okay, great.
Yeah, they've had security issues up there with the outside dining.
Yep,
Yeah.
those are target areas for sure.
So my question on this one, while we're putting in the cameras and that kind of infrastructure, we're going to beef up the IT, the comm that's available to all the
Yeah.
customers down there, because that's horrible.
It's absolutely horrible, and that's going to be our biggest challenge, I think, to getting the cameras in, is actually, we're going to have to run all new fiber.
Well, and that's what I'm saying.
To each of
While
the
you're doing that,
locations.
can you
Yeah.
offer that to the?
Yeah,
to
and
the
we
lease
have
holders.
been trying to work with our partners down there. Frontier's one of them, and then Comcast, I think might be the other one. They have such a disjointed fiber program, it's been awful getting them. And for whatever reason, they haven't viewed and treated the areas as prospective business for them. And we finally, I think, encouraged them to get down there and upgrade the infrastructure. There were some fits and starts. I think it's working better now. But we hopefully can enhance that, run some parallel fiber that'll help the whole area when we do this project. I don't want anyone to think that this happens immediately. This is going to take some time.
Well, yeah,
To
but
get-
while you're running fiber
Yeah.
from one, or, may not use all the fiber, make it, fix two problems with the same, because running it twice is, in different projects is probably triple the cost.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have to, I hate to say it, I don't like us to have to do this, but we're going to have to do some exterior mounted conduit here. This isn't going to be something we're going to be able to run behind existing lines. Some of this stuff's going to be outward facing. We'll just have to try to make it as discreet as we can. It's just the nature of what we're dealing with down there.
Tear up all those new facades that Greg's about to put in.
That's right. Tuck them underneath. Yeah,
I mean, you may be better off just running Starlink.
maybe. I mean, we have point-to-point in
know
some
that.
locations.
Okay, so I think we're all in favor of increasing camera security. Next one is page 74 or 42, sea level rise. My only comment here is this is, hey, it's better than nothing, but it's potentially late to face the rise we expect to see by 2030. And even the rise we're seeing today.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think if it could be problematic, we're just going to have to be as fast as we can be. I think.
Understood.
Hit the lowest areas first, identify our high sensitivity targets. I think we know one of them already. Basin 3,
Yeah.
the boardwalk is the area that floods with the most frequency currently. And I think ideally, that's what the master planning effort does. It identifies the biggest risks, and we work to mitigate those first.
One of the best things that may help that area is the new, I forget the exact title, the maintenance lead. It's one of the decision
Yeah, the
packages.
maintenance
but
manager, yeah.
Having leadership down there who can figure out how to fix that. I mean, right now it's being fixed with guys with mops and a warehouse floor sweeper, which is probably rusting out from the salt water. So, I look forward to that guy
Yep.
fixing some problems, or girl.
Yep. Yeah, that's the goal, is a little more strategy to that approach.
Okay. Any other comments on this one here? Again, Band-Aid 2030 only. I think the guideline is 8 inches by 2030. And again, this is only South Basin. But that's what we have at this point.
Yeah.
So my comment would just be recognizing those limitations, that there's other areas of the harbor and other sea level rise.
Yep, absolutely. And hopefully we can get our hands on some of this federal money and we can go to work on this stuff.
Yeah,
Because it's huge. Our need is, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure repair when you add it all up.
which would be why it'd be
mean-
great to, assess it and have that price.
Yeah.
So when the money's
Yeah.
out there, we show up, we're first in line with a good proposal.
Yeah.
I think the next item is Seaside Lagoon, which you've already spoken to. This is, just the start of it, just a half of it, maybe only a third of it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think when we bring in a designer, we're going to want to talk about both perhaps a fallback rehabilitation plan that's in the $10 to $15 million range, and then a full-on reconstruction effort, which is in that $30 million range, depending on what level of funding we're ultimately able to achieve. It's good to have the 10. That's a huge start. That's a major lift for us. We went after the state again. We were hoping to get another tranche. No dice, but we'll keep at it. We'll keep at it.
And we'll try and do, as the amenities plan also gets more.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And hopefully there's some excitement down there. We're able to kind of claw this together and people see value in funding this. There's just so much potential with that space.
Does that 10 million expire, or it's?
It does theoretically. We'll have to approve funding agreements to extend its life. We have a couple of years. We're going to need to show some progress before too long. But yeah, the state won't hold it forever, but there's mechanisms to extend it and continue it. As long as we're making good faith efforts towards construction. Yeah.
Okay, so Seaside Lagoon is very loose at this point. There's the RFP out now. More to come on this one. Any other comments on this item?
Wave pool, right?
What'd you say?
Wave pool.
Wave pool,
About 6 acres short.
Agreed.
lap pool in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I think the next one, second to last one, we're getting close to the end, at least on the CIP, is the sport fishing pier. That's page 76. There you go, you're already there.
Yeah, it's an out-year project in the proposed budget now.
Out year and a placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any earlier funding for an RFP or design work?
I don't know so much if it's a funding issue. We probably could, we could tap some additional tidelands fund. It's really a staff capacity issue. At some point, we have to figure out which of these projects we want to get done first. I feel, Greg's impressive. He could do a lot of work, but at some point, our engineering team and collaboratively, we're going to have a challenge. I think honestly, even advancing the lagoon, the ramp, the education center, and Moonstone all at once is going to be a heavy lift. It really is. But we know how important moving a couple of these are, and at minimum, we got to get going on the boat launch ramp and Seaside Lagoon. They're just, one of them's on the end at the end of their useful life, and the other one has been desperately needed for 60 years. So, the Waterfront Education Center might kind of run a side process, more of a private kind of exchange with the community, and we may not have to directly manage that the same way we would our other facilities. And then Moonstone, of course, is a tricky effort too. So there's a lot to do.
Is that pier completely condemned? We want to keep the pilings, or there's a potential to keep the pilings and?
There's probably there's really potential to do either. But the problem is if you keep the piles and you try to recondition and reconstruct the pier, we can't adapt to all the modern uses, right? I think if we want to make this a contemporary deck and actually allow us to have a multitude of services launched from the pier, we can't reuse the existing. If we wanted to fall back to something that's just more of a viewing platform and a more rudimentary, sport fishing kind of service facility, we probably could recondition the space. Still very expensive though.
Yeah, and I was just thinking from the terms of, okay, if we're going to push this out to at least 4 or 5 years to start, is there anything that you can do in between that you're going to do anyhow? So say the deck is not.
Somebody banging on the door?
We're pausing here a second. Someone's knocking on the door or something else going on.
Sounds like fireworks maybe outside, huh?
Fireworks, I believe.
Oh,
Fireworks.
early 4th of July fireworks show.
Okay.
Yes, right.
So if you were going to get rid of the structure, except for the pilings anyhow, is there any advantage to allocating some money to do that now? Would that
Kind of to try to advance it.
look
yeah.
better than there's this blocked off pier that no
Well,
one can use? And then there's, I don't know, make something artistic of the pilings for
Right.
5 years.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah, I think the reality is we probably wouldn't, if we do this right, and we build it out to all its glory, we probably don't reuse anything that's there. So, but to answer your question, could we spend some money to tear it down so it looks better in the meantime? We could do that. The challenge is when we tear it down, it changes our environmental review when we go to build it. But that might be worth the visual improvement over a few years.
It's not unusual to have pilings either in a harbor where there's.
Kind of vacant
There
piles.
used to be pier there. But
Yeah.
The problem is, he's right. Part of
But
the
if that
EIR
changes it
is
too.
shadowed
Shading studies.
area. And if you take that shade off, then it's a new.
Oh,
Yeah, it changes our permitting environmental review process.
so you need to keep the flat surface.
Well,
okay.
there's maybe
Anyhow, just a
benefits to
thought.
keeping it for that, but at some point there is a kind of a pro-con analysis, right? How much harder is that work to redo environmentally versus the value you get in maybe cleaning the basin up? It's a tough one. I think for now, we approve the King Harbor amenities plan, and then maybe we have that conversation a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned staffing. So I think waterfront and economic development is staffed at 3 heads, and for a while it was running
Budgeted at 3, currently staffed at 2. You're looking at.
For a
2
while it
over
was
there.
1. Lori was the one, getting it all done.
Lori could do the work of about 3 people, though.
Certainly,
She's
certainly, but, can she, seriously, is that just, budget savings, or do we get some interns?
No,
or-
it's and I don't mean to make light of it. We absolutely look forward to filling that 3rd position. That's in the budget, and there's
But what about the underrun?
you mean adding a 4th body?
Well, I was going to
So
ask
for,
that because
at this point, half the year, we're a head short, and for a third of the year, we were at 1 head. So that's almost a person year.
Yes, that savings. Yeah, that savings will actually expire at the end of June, right? It would have to be carried over to fund. I would like us just to get our 3rd person in here and then operate at 3 and then come back to you this time next year and talk about whether or not there's need for more, right? I hate adding positions to a budget where we haven't even filled the existing ones to start. And it's not that there isn't work to do that. The department is pushing HR. We have some bureaucratic civil service stuff that we have to work through before we can actually launch that recruitment. We're close. We're close.
Appreciate it.
But once that procedural stuff is out of the way, we'll get rolling here. Yeah, it's a very important position, and in an ideal world, we'd have more than 3.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to ask that because it's in 19, I guess you had a senior admin specialist.
Yeah, we used to have a kind of an office support position in there. That position was reallocated due to budget savings. I think if we were to bring a 4th back, it would probably be more on the economic development leasing side, to try to help move, kind of broader special project focus.
Yeah. A lot of RFPs you got to put out.
Yeah, there's a lot of admin work there that's, kind of analytical, but we'll get the 3rd one filled and then we'll kind of regroup.
Thanks. Okay. I think the last item that affects the Pier area is the skate park. And that's page 84.
Yeah, and what this is doing is really adding some additional, what's recommended here is additional funding. This was a joint project. It was the skate park down on the waterfront, and then there was also some smaller work done at Perry Park. The initial plan at Perry Park was installed. There was a couple amenities that the community sort of reacted to after they were installed and would like to see relocated. That's what this does. There's a budget response report that's going to come back hopefully tomorrow night as a blue folder item that's going to talk about the status of the Pad 10, Parcel 10 skate park status, where we're at. And as I mentioned earlier, we're struggling with the contractor right now. Candidly, I think they underbid the project. Supply chain issues, everything else is really catching up to them. They're struggling to deliver it. They're asking, well, can you just approve both phase 1 and phase 2 now and sort of in a way kind of wash out the failure to perform on the existing design build contract? We're telling them, no, you have a defined design, you need to execute accordingly. If you're having cost issues, you need to come forward with a proposed change order and a contract amendment. We're trying to get that information from them to know exactly what the order of magnitude is so the council has an opportunity, if they would like, to supplement the project funding and make sure it gets built as originally designed. And hopefully that'll surface here between now and the 21st so the council can make that decision.
So thanks. I looked at this cost and this didn't look like enough to do phase 2 on Pad 10.
This is purely for Perry Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see phase 2 funded, and regardless of how the contractor's doing, we knew that if we did phase 1 and phase 2 at the same time, we'd save some money. And we decided to go ahead with only phase 1 to get it done by the summer. Looks like that sailed. So, I'd suggest we do phase 1 and phase 2 again, save that money and get the whole thing done properly.
Yeah, we're asking, they've already given us the price to try to do both.
Okay.
It's very high. We're asking them to provide the price to get the original design done.
Okay.
So the council will have the ability to consider both.
Okay.
I know there's a little bit of concern about exactly how much impact Phase 2, once built, would have on the balance of the space and the multipurpose usability of it and everything else. So, I'd love to see them just get Phase 1 done and then, but we'll have that conversation really, because at this point, it's probably another 300,000 plus to add Phase 2 to this now.
Yeah, if it's proving difficult to mobilize heavy equipment to that area, your recurring cost would be mobilizing that heavy equipment twice, so that even makes me more inclined to try to do it all at once and only mobilize the heavy stuff and the concrete out there once.
Yeah, I think the challenge is they're going to have to find a way to get concrete, I think, over the basin.
That's a long ways to pump concrete.
Well, and the weight load issue, you can't go down International Boardwalk, and you can't drive up to the top of the deck above Kincaid's. Both of those have, I think, 6,000 pound limits, and you can't bring a concrete truck if you're going to try to do it in a single pour through either space. So you either have to carriage it over the basin and launch from the end of Mold D, or you got to bring it in by hand.
Barge.
Or barge it in and then tunnel it over from there. Pump it out. But all of those are costs that they had.
Put a barge at the boat dock where the Navigante is. You're pumping it 20 feet.
Yep.
Easy peasy.
And that's something our folks have suggested, and they've known about the weight limits for a very long time. So I think there are a few things happening here. We're going to work with them. We all want to see this thing get done, but there's a little frustration on our engineering team's part for them to be struggling and bringing this forward now when it should have been foreseen to a degree. So.
Got it.
Yeah, we're working with them.
So.
This is a different subject maybe, but I saw some, I don't remember where I saw it though. It was like a International Boardwalk frontage where you paid half a tenant.
That's the next item.
That's the next.
Got it.
Not CIP.
Yeah.
That's CIP, not gratis.
Storefront. You talking storefront?
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg's going to handle that one.
Oh, good.
So I recognize this is kind of apparently a sore subject and a difficult contractor, but we always wanted to see, Phase 2 done with Phase 1. Do we still feel that way? Should we give the council that feedback that we?
That would be helpful if you.
They're going to fund more. My preference would be to do, because having that back wall as a,
Yeah, it's going to be cool, and I think it's going to help knock down the sound.
So
and then adding some artwork as well.
That would be, if that is something that the commission is supportive of, that would be helpful for our conversation with council.
So I make that motion.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Well, I've been getting consensus and making comments as we go.
And just so you know, as an order of magnitude, and I think I'm right here, and if I'm wrong, I'll come back and let you know, or have Greg let you know, but I believe it was a $300,000 ad to do Phase 2 based on their last letter. I'll confirm
That's
that.
a lot more than it was originally.
Yeah,
I appreciate the
It's grown.
situation you're in.
That's my point. I want
Yeah.
you to be aware of the order of magnitude here.
Yeah.
Originally, it was another 188,000, I think. I think it's grown to something closer to 3, I believe now, which is probably what the $100,000 is picking up the Phase 1 that was underbid. But I just want you to be aware of that.
Thank you, but
Game changer.
I hope I'm right. I hope I haven't just overspoke, but I think I want to say 288, 300, something like that is kind of sticking in my head.
I'll still make the recommendation that we'd like to see Phase 2 as well. And, again, if it's the mobilization costs that are killing you, really better to only do it once.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I think it's the
Thanks.
mobilization
Okay.
plan that's really killing them right now. But yeah, there's costs with that too.
Okay, so that's all the capital improvement items. And so
I've got a couple others.
capital improvement or decision package?
No,
Or
capital
general
improvement.
budget? Okay, go ahead.
I just have some basic questions. There's a bunch of carryover. You mentioned it in your beginning slide, but I don't know how to read that. It's all just carryover. What are we planning to spend out of that this year?
Yeah.
To the harbor?
Yeah, I think if you, it's funny, we did a presentation to the Budget Finance Commission last week, the engineering team did, and that was a big question. There was I had a lot of slides on how the carryover was broken out. Predominantly, the carryover in the waterfront is, in fact, I could probably go to this, I can go to the funding column and give you some more specific information here. Okay. Okay. So here's where your carryover money is. So harbor dredging, I don't know if it's probably too small to see. I'm going to highlight it. See that column there?
You can see it on our
Oh, yeah,
screen.
you've got it on your screens. 2.3 million is carrying over from there. Yet we had $542,000 of leftover, old boat launch design money. We had half of the lagoons design money, which was a total of $1 million. Half of that was Tidelands and half of it was general fund, I believe. So that's some of the carryover. We had the Harbor Patrol Dock project, that $1.8 million that we're going to spend. So right there, if harbor dredging and Harbor Patrol is underway, that's definitely going to get built. Harbor dredging, if we get Army Corps approval, that'll get spent and built. Moonstone Park, as you all know, has been sitting there for a while. That's $2 million.
Yeah, but are we going to do anything with it this year? I mean, that's been.
It would be issue a design. I mean, that would be the next step there. Would be
Yeah.
bring out and get a
But I
designer.
don't see anything programming that.
Well, no, there wouldn't be. All we would do is draw from that fund. So it's recommended for carrying over, and if we were to initiate an RFP for design, we would simply charge against that account. So that's more of a work plan issue than anything else. So it's a matter of getting the amenities plan approved, then going out to a
I just
design
feel like we've
firm.
been, each year we delay this, we're getting less for our dollars. And it's
no.
been sitting there for over a decade now.
Yep.
And certainly today, the purchasing power on that.
It's gone
much-
down, no
much
question.
less.
No question. So, I mean, that's the challenge is how many of these things can we get moving at once? And we know
Is
that,
what?
how many of these projects can we get moving into design at once?
I know, but Moonstone Park's been sitting there for
I
a
know.
decade with money.
Yeah.
So, and we're not getting more funding.
Yeah, you guys tell me, you've been dealing with the amenities plan. Do you see strong consensus about how the framework of the design
I
moves
think
forward
there's
at
some open
Moonstone?
questions the council needs, do you give more space to the outrigger canoe club? And the one that wasn't addressed, that I still have a big open, what about masked up, dry storage? Is that going to be on Mole B? Is it going to be somewhere else? Is it going to be anywhere? They said they're going to address it, but the public's not seen anything.
Right.
And so those are my questions, but, I would hope that, originally, we wrote the RFP, so that would be accelerated so we could start moving out, because
Right.
we've had a master plan for a decade. And most of what we saw looks, they had that deck drawn in one of the master plans, the deck on top of the break wall years ago.
Right.
So
So-
I'd just like to see us start moving forward. As long as I've been here.
I know.
To answer your question, I think we'll come out of the amenities plan able to go into an RFP for Moonstone.
Okay. Then, and if that's the case, we can work that into our work plan and we'll draw against this fund. I mean, that's what it really comes down to is do we have enough clear consensus on how to proceed with not just final design, but amenity design? Because if it's negotiating new license agreement with the outriggers before we figure out what our site plan is, right? If the King Harbor amenities plan comes out with specific footprint for the Moonstone Park, we can design to that footprint. But if that's fungible, then we ought to probably figure out our license arrangement with the outriggers as a negotiating item before we actually begin design or run them at a parallel course. So I think the challenge of Moonstone is what specific physical configuration are we designing to? And I'm hoping the amenities plan resolves some of that.
I will be disappointed if it doesn't.
Okay. If it does, we'll push for design. We'll get on it.
That's the goal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the Seaside Lagoon design include the hand launch boat ramp, or is that separate?
Separate.
So, you can just pay for a couple of truckloads of sand and I can get you a zero depth entry on that. There's already an
Have you
unofficial, I
looked?
don't know if you've noticed, years ago, somebody dumped asphalt down there and they're using it as a zero depth entry.
Huh.
Well, there's enough sand there to be zero depth now.
Well, but just down over the rocks, there's asphalt that was dumped down there to make it an easier way to get down to the sand. But the sand has filled in substantially, so it's not even, you don't even have to go as far out as you used to. It just seems we could get some early bang for the buck by just dumping some sand down there and letting people.
Just on a maintenance effort. Yeah,
So,
Jim's looking for, you're looking for a bunt, you know?
okay, so in the interest of the meeting not running another 4 hours, as far as I know, that brings us to the end of the harbor-related capital improvement items. And what I would propose is I will summarize what we just did, and I'll summarize that in a second, and then send that to you and attend council tomorrow night in case there's questions on it. And the summary I have is page 39, offshore debris. We're in favor of getting styrofoam out of the ocean, or we're in favor of getting plastic pellets out, that filtering job. The next one was bike lanes. We're in favor of that. I had the question on it can be inconsistent with the amenities plan. I think we'll work that. Basin 3 seawall, we had the recommendation that we fund evaluation of other walls in the Galveston wall. Boat ramp, in favor of it. Dredging, in favor of it. International boardwalk resurfacing, recognize that it's a Band-Aid, in favor of it. Marina parking lot pay stations, in favor of it. Including the next item was camera security of International Boardwalk. We want to make sure it includes the dining deck and skate park, and that we run fiber to the businesses if that becomes
With that
part of the
security one,
process.
yeah.
Page 74 was the sea level rise, in favor of that. Page 75 was Seaside Lagoon, in favor of that. Page 76 was sport fishing pier. We'd like to see it done early. We recognize it's a staff capacity issue. And then page 84, skate park. We recommend funding phase 2 and doing both at the same time, recognizing the challenges of the contractor. Did I miss anything, or is there any other comment you guys would like me to make? With that, what should we do now? We can, any other budget topics, we can go through the decision packages.
So you're going to
There's,
write a letter?
I'm going to,
So I move that you write a letter summarizing what you just said.
I propose to write a letter summarizing what I just said. If anybody else, if we want to form a subcommittee, if anybody else wants to see it, it's a pretty simple letter.
It's due tomorrow.
Yeah, it's due tomorrow.
I trust you.
Okay.
So I move that you write the letter and submit it.
And just so you know, you have a little time. I mean, you've got some good thinking to share tomorrow night if needed, but the decision-making is really going to be next Tuesday, the 21st. So this letter is going to go into the final budget response report that summarizes the different commission feedback. And that's Budget Finance Commission, you folks, and the Library Commission have typically submit letters, and they'll go into one and they'll get it as part of their packet. So you've got a little time.
I recognize that, but
Yeah.
tomorrow night's the
Yeah,
CIP section. So
Yeah, it's a good time to have that feedback for sure. Yeah.
to be blunt, I don't want to miss $1 for the harbor. So if me showing up, gets
Couple
$1
times.
for the harbor, I'm there. So should we go through the decision packages in the same way? There's 12 of those.
Can we finish this motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. I thought we had. So we have a motion.
Need a second?
Any second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed? Okay.
Even work to you.
All right. Well, that's a simple one. I'll take that. The decision packages, we can go through those individually. I only have a question on one of them, but the only one I had a question on, there's a decision package number 3, $2 per square foot for the dining areas. Does this apply to the pier? And it sounds like it doesn't.
No, this is outdoor right-of-way space, engineering space, not potential lease space. So we could apply it as a matter of negotiations, but for now, this is really meant to apply to street right-of-way space.
Okay. The only other, so I'm looking around to see if we should go through these one by one, or
Just had one comment.
go ahead.
Just DP 62, highly supportive of the Pier Harbor Maintenance Manager.
Right.
I fully support all of this.
Yeah, I think we're highly supportive of all these. The only other, and then some, I love seeing that the Pier and Harbor Maintenance Group recognizes that the pier needs a harbor master, even even if no one else does. Item 70, the restroom cleaning, could that potentially include cleaning of the dining deck area? I'm worried that area is going to need.
Yeah, for sure. The way we're structuring this contract, it could easily be expanded to that kind of space.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. In fact, we're already supplementing or trying to creatively look at ways to supplement the general, if you would call it, street sweeping of the all pier areas. It's more of a boutique operation. It's not like what you'd see out on, the major streets, but there's smaller equipment that we can deploy. We're working with Athens. We're trying to supplement that work too, because I know there's some questions about the cleanliness. So absolutely, this is accretive to all of that.
Okay, so I can also summarize our similar motion. I can summarize our support for these packages, or we can form a subcommittee or whatever.
So moved.
Whatever the commission pleases. Okay, so I'll write an addition, I'll include comments on these, supporting all of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
We probably need to take public comment before we.
The last, well, I wanted to hit one more topic on this item. Things that are missing. Is a harbor master missing? Should we recommend that as part of this?
So just to give Mike some background, spent considerable time for the fire assessment, and one thing that came out of this group's discussion was to recommend that a harbor master be established, and in the interim, real quick Band-Aid approach, that just be somebody that Keith, Fire Chief Kaufman, has on his staff already, but long-term, that being potentially somebody solely with a waterfront background, strong in marine kind of professionalism, and ultimately potentially being an outside position outside and under the umbrella of the fire department. And if we create that position, then that's now a budgetary item.
So as a standalone position that reports to the fire chief? Or
Initially, as an interim.
what's the long term?
As an interim, it would be a lead
reports
in
to
the
me.
fire department under the fire chief.
It's basically Chief Kaufman's recommendation.
Number 5, you're talking about option 5 in
Yeah.
the report? Okay.
But long-term, we recommend an independent lead who would have, oversight of the whole harbor, potentially a standalone office, potentially in Greg's office,
Okay.
but someone who represents the harbor within City Hall. And
Okay.
that person and us would then go on to evaluate if the Harbor Patrol should be a third branch of public safety, potentially completely separate from the fire
Wait, it used
department.
to
So it could grow, back into what it used to be. But that's down the road.
And the reasoning is, Mike, that, with the amenities plan, if we're successful, there's going to be more and more use of the harbor. And so, and personally, I feel like some of the Center Cal debacle could have been avoided if we had a strong voice for, from the city side on.
On the
defending
marine, kind of the marine
yeah.
side, marine operations.
Because you had the whole harbor patrol saying, don't put a boat ramp at Mole B, but then the fire chief overrode them who had no marine experience. And so I don't
And I
think-
see little things slipping through the cracks, like there's no web page for the harbor. There's no one web page that says you can get fuel here, you can pump out your sewage here, here's how you moor, here's where the boat ramp is, here's where the hoist is. It's in bits and pieces all over the place, and there's some stuff that's entirely missing. Like, I don't know of anywhere to check the gas price down there, or even if there is gas or that there's pump out. It's very scattered. There's no, there's no representation for the water portion of the harbor, which is going to grow as the amenities plan grows, hopefully. So that's my question to this group. Should we recommend as, a decision package
Full-time
or?
position gets added at some point.
Well, but that could be next year, right?
Could be next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you might want to do
politicking for it now.
is your starting place would be to explore the structure of that position, and it's not something that you would necessarily want to fund that hasn't been vetted yet. I mean, right now it's sort of a concept within the assessment. It would need some organizational work, but as an initiative, if that's something that long-term that the commission thinks there's value in, it's something that we would need to analyze, I think. And that would be your recommendation now, is that you analyze the addition of a standalone harbor patrol or harbor master position. And we'd have to think a little bit about its reporting role, right? I certainly would need to think about that a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you certainly can add that to your letter.
It's a little bit back to the future, right? Because we used to have a separate harbor master. And I think we've lost some in the years, the training for our harbor patrol today isn't what it was before, the scuba certifications.
It's different.
Vessel recovery, all that's gone by the wayside.
Inspecting every boat in the harbor.
Well, what really, and I'm sure Keith probably mentioned this, but the peace officer status under the law changed, and that's really what forced kind of this disaggregation of duties.
Certainly.
But that's not to say that there still wasn't a lot of value in the marina component of that position, right? And that's kind of been lost in this. It's gone to a pure sort of either police patrol or safety and rescue component. There's not really a boat operator. There's not really a position dedicated to looking at the marina from the operation of a boat standpoint as a user. There is from the safety perspective, but not the operating standpoint. So there's quite a bit to think about there.
And you're going to have a boat ramp down there. So
right.
Anyway, that's our
Okay, so
we're okay with option 5 for an interim solution because you got to do something. But
then maybe that's what you say. You say, hey, our recommendation is that the council look to implement option 5 in the fire assessment as it pertains to a short-term harbor master and long-term looks at a standalone newly added position to the budget.
that's our previous agenda item, and we definitely agreed to say that. I'm specifically asking this group if we should ask, for money, and it sounds like not this year.
I don't see why not. I mean, even if there obviously is implementation planning the fire department has to do, but maybe it's the second half of the calendar of the fiscal year that person comes on board. So why not ask for
Well,
funding now?
what's consensus?
I mean, if we think they could go out and canvass and bring on a harbor master that quick.
Yeah, I think that, yeah. I mean,
6 months into the next fiscal year. Why not?
It would depend. I mean, could we hire an existing fire captain within a 6-month period, at the back end and then fund that? That's possible, but creating a new position that takes time in our structure. It's not an easy thing to do. You got to create a class spec. You got to perform a recruitment. You got to figure out which bargaining group you're going to add it to. Is it part of management confidential functions? Is it something that's an at-will position that reports to an existing director, one that reports directly to me in our structure, some hybrid of the two? I mean, there's a lot to think about and then recruit for.
of course, the key thing is the budgeting for that position, right?
Well, that's the starting point. The executing side is what starts to take time.
So you know the timeline better. Is there anything that we should seed
Well,
in this next calendar year to make all that happen?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm thinking about what's in option 5. I don't know if that was an overfill recommendation in the assessment of an additional fire personnel, or if
No,
it was
taking an existing
it was just
division chief
redirecting
and
an
giving
issue.
them additional duty and stationing them down in the harbor master office.
I think the way to write your recommendation would be to provide the resources identified short term to support option 5 and whatever they are. I don't know if that's a delta between two positions, if that's if it's a premium or if it was.
Let me interrupt. I think we're rehashing the last agenda item. I think we agreed to write a letter summarizing our support for Kaufman and other plans. What I was specifically asking is, should we ask for money now? And it sounds like, no, we'll plant the seed with the letter from the previous agenda item.
Yeah.
And then ask for money later.
And next time we get asked on strategic plan, we should put that for a short-term strategic item.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion, that you make that front and center in your recommendations for the next objectives.
So the last potential missing thing I saw in the budget is what Leslie already talked about, something for the amenities plan. 6 months from now, the amenities plan is going to be done. We're going to be halfway through the budget cycle, and sometimes there's mid-year stuff. Do you throw in, a couple $100K for a mid-year package to kick off an RFP to do some of the little connecting stuff that'll be, the walkways, the signage, the park benches, the lighting, the little connector work, which will make the place look great, but isn't necessarily like, a major billion-dollar capital
I
improvement
think it goes
project.
back to the bandwidth. I mean,
Okay.
we're struggling to get a design RFP out for Moonstone, right? I mean, we've got boat launch, we got Seaside Lagoon already on the streets. Boat launch needs to get on the streets. Waterfront Educational Center and Moonstone Park. Those are 4 independent design efforts that are going to require significant staff resources to manage. It's the same reason we're not pushing forward with sport fishing piers, the same reason we wouldn't necessarily come forward with a promenade plan right now. It's because I think realistically, it's going to be difficult for us to design 4 amenities in a single, kind of year effort, work plan effort, let alone 5. So I think it's a good thought. I think we're going to need money for that eventually. I just think if we put it in there, it's just going to sit there and it's going to collect dust until we're ready to go. I mean, I hate to say that. I wish we had the capacity to do them all at once. I just being realistic with what our resources are.
So Phil, you said you need to fill the 3rd position that's open. Is that the right one then to get all that workload done?
That will help. That will
Or
help.
do we need to advocate for?
I need that position to
a different
do
role.
the 4 or 5 that we're talking about now.
Yeah, but you're also going to
Yeah.
impact Public Works,
Yeah,
engineering.
and that's the problem is there's the waterfront component of all this work, and then there's the engineering side of it. As you get into finite design that is going to be beyond the waterfront's capacity, it's going to require the expertise of the supervising civil engineer, which is ideally decision package, whatever it is, 61 or
Okay.
we need capacity there to help execute as well. So I'm hopeful. Yeah, his analyst will help move some of the paper forward, which is important in our system. But I think it would be great if we could get 4 going. It would be amazing. And I think there's going to be the right time to bring and layer on that connectivity piece. I think it's after we've advanced those other designs. I really do. Maybe mid-year,
Understood.
maybe next budget cycle.
Reluctantly accepted.
When I still think the amenities plan implementation plan, I mean, there's a whole bunch of other steps
Yeah.
too that we're
Oh,
not
yeah.
talking about. And
Sure.
I think those should be integrated in an overall plan. And then you can pick what chunks you want to bite off when.
And I was just proposing earmarking, a
I
couple
understand
$100,000 to pick at that.
accelerating
Yeah,
stuff, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and you said the money might sit there. Do you need, though, that category to pull from, even if it's like for signs or something?
We have some wayfinding material access. We can do
Okay.
that within existing operations to
Okay.
try to beautify things and.
There is a maintenance budget that's
There
been
is.
a little flexible in the past. It's not a
Yeah.
huge budget, but yeah.
There's also some money between the 2 associations, particularly the King Harbor Association, for some signage and wayfinding and marketing improvements that we could potentially partner with them on. We've got money in the budget already. What's one of the carryover items is a new marina, Redondo Beach Marina sign to improve some wayfinding in. And that's a design effort too that takes staff resource. I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be able to come back and get that done at the right time. I'd like to see us figure out boat launch ramp, egress, ingress, hand launch, egress, ingress, Seaside Lagoon, perimeter, then talk about finite details on how we're connecting those 3 amenities. Because I think we still have some functional uses.
I think what you're
Answers.
sensing, Mike, is, we've all felt frustrated because we've been in gridlock for,
Yeah.
I know.
we wasted 10 years. Now we're in gridlock for a couple more and we want to get things going.
Eager.
Just
I get it.
Yeah.
to use
Well,
a
as
kind
long
of
as you
crash term, we
promise-
feel constipated. Need to Push some stuff out.
As long as you promise not to work on anything else, anywhere else in the city, we'll be happy.
Yeah, there's so few things going on. Yeah, I listen, we get it. I mean, we're super excited about it. You've heard me say this. The King Harbor Amenities Plan really is the pathway forward for us. And I hope with and you're going to be talking about that here in a month or, and going through it. And that is our framework. That sets the board for us. And we're excited. And I know you're going to want to get it all done. We just have the specific design for those amenities is really important. Those are massive efforts all on their own.
Then we got the AES site and
I know. Got the transmission corridor and, there's no shortage. That's why I love Redondo Beach. There's no shortage of things to do.
we never took public testimony.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Public, any member of the public?
Any public comment?
Well, do we get to vote on that?
Mark Hanson, King Harbor, great work, guys. You are just doing a phenomenal job tonight. Just very small thing I wanted to catch up on first, and I got to thank Mike Wazanski for helping me remember where I was at for tonight. The issue is the fee waivers for the boat parade. I've been quickly trying to get my history straight here. Basically, for various prior years for the boat parade, various fees were identified, which went from like $300 to $600 to $1,800. And each time they would add fee waivers, I would come to city council and say, can you waive those? They would say yes. And that went on for several years. And then city manager Joe Hofkin at one Chamber of Commerce meeting told me, you don't need to bother to come in and ask for those waivers. I'm just going to propose a $2,000 waiver for Seafair and Boat Parade. And we don't have to talk about it every year. And then somewhere in that same time frame, we wanted to have the bleachers for the public. And there again, I've got to thank Mike Wazanski because I went to a Recreation Parks meeting covering some stuff and I mentioned this issue. And then I went to Harbor Commission and started to talk about this, and the waterfront director at the time interrupted me and says, oh, you don't need to do that. Mike's already taken care of it. He says, we'll just do it in the waterfront budget. Anyway, then obviously we hit the 2019 20 budget okay, but then the 2020-2021, the waivers were all eliminated in decision packet number 24. And of course, we didn't do a boat parade, so no big deal. The next 2021-2022 budget for the 21 boat parade, we had a very small boat parade. We didn't put up banners. We only had one Harbor Patrol boat out there. I spoke with a couple of folks, I think maybe a councilman and one staff person. I said, well, those waivers were all, the elimination of them was a one-time deal, right? So they all popped back in. So I didn't really worry about it. Then at some point, I took a look and I saw, oh, well, most of them got reinstated, but the boat parade one didn't. I talked to the chairman at the time of the boat parade, and he says, well, there's so few things this year because we're not doing two boats and we're not doing the bleachers or the banner. He said, don't even bug them. We'll just absorb the cost in our budget. Although I did look, it was interesting. Although the fee waivers were gone, the bleachers was still in there actually last year. I just looked that up. So at any rate, the obvious throw to you guys is for this next one, would you guys like to make a recommendation to City Council to A, reinstate the $2,000 in fee waivers, and B, maybe just kind of reconfirm if the city indeed wants to pick up the cost on those bleachers? Thanks.
Mark, question before you step down. Is there a plan to do Seafair again ever?
It is talked about warmly, but to tell you the truth, so many things sit on a few people's shoulders. Julie Call, was the spark plug for that. I was like her number 2 or 3 person. And Julie now has gotten so deeply involved with the whole waterfront education thing that I can't speak for Julie, but that would be a tall order for her to try to redo that. I would love to see maybe a group of us in the community get together and get that thing going, because it was a phenomenal event for the community.
Okay, thanks. So do we want to add that to the?
Any motion?
I mean, do you have any feel on that, Mike?
We teed up a budget response report to kind of remind council where we used to subsidize special events. My feeling on special events is if we're going to subsidize them as a community, we need to be very specific about which events we're subsidizing and why, because they provide some broader community benefit, and we should set a specific amount. My concern always is, under the old program, the signature status basically gave you an open checkbook for whatever city services were going to need to be provided to host the event. The subsidy, I think, forces both parties, the city and the operator, to really sharpen the pencil, make sure we've got very targeted operating plan and it's very cost effective. And so, $2,000 fee waiver for the event as a subsidy, isn't going to be a tipping point for us budgetarily. It would be a Tidelands fund appropriation, and it would simply offset the charge associated with city's charges for service.
So do you want to add that into your memo? I support a fee waiver for that. I mean, we've done it traditionally at the.
I think it was $2,000.
$2,000. Yeah.
$2,000 fee waiver plus paying for bleachers.
I think that's in the 2,000.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you got it right then.
Then maybe whatever, do you remember, Mark, what that was, the bleacher cost? I want to say $900 or say $795 or something.
No, the bleacher cost was just barely under that 2,000 also, probably in the 1,900 range.
Okay, so then I would do I would increase the subsidy to cover both, and then just make it clear that it covers all city expenses up to $4,000 associated with the event. Fees and expenses up to $4,000 associated with the event.
If you just put that cap out on Mo B and get the Mo B plan done, you don't need to do that.
Just, someone's got to draw a little map out there, chalk it up, tell me what's park and what's outrigger space.
There you go.
What about including a couple food trucks in this? I know some years we did, some years we didn't. I don't know if that was licensing or a budget issue.
Yes, that was included. It's super small number. There's like a noise variance fee, and I think the food truck fees were like $35 or something. But at any rate, it was low. But yes, the food trucks at one point were included in the 2,000. We were coming in, I think, at around 18, 19 or so, which is why we rounded up to 2,000.
That's what's beautiful about the subsidy. You set the subsidy,
Perfect.
and it's
Okay.
any city
Great.
charge or fee associated, and then we would work with the operator to determine what type of use is and isn't allowed ultimately. Yeah.
Yeah. The year the food truck was there, the hot chocolate was really welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we need a motion? I think we do.
No, I think you got the motion to, I think that's just.
Well, we're adding to a motion that's already closed.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
I move that we reopen that and add the support for the boat parade.
capped at 4,000. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. Okay. All right, with that, I think we're concluded with the budget item.
Thank you, everybody.
Mike, thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Thanks
I'm
again.
very impressed with the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
And the way you've come out and rolled it out with time for us to comment.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for coming here twice. Thanks for spending, I don't know how many long nights you spent in this room.
Thank you. You all add to the value and make it an easier process, actually. So appreciate all your input and support through it. Thank you very much.
All right, I think we're getting close to the end here. We've got item L3, discussion and consideration of a storefront improvement program for the International Boardwalk Commercial Corridor.
I support it.
I do too. I do too, yeah.
A whole
Absolutely.
slideshow and everything.
What's not to support?
He did this on purpose.
Well, thank you for the preemptive support. I'll make this really brief. I only have a few slides. International Boardwalk Storefront Improvement Program. I think it's a great idea. Obviously, in our public amenities plan, this is an area that is in need of some touch-up. But the public amenities plan is really for those shared spaces, for the outdoor dining, for those rooftop decks, for wayfinding. This is going to be for the buildings itself, for the tenant, being proud of their space. And to be honest with you, when it comes to the type of improvements that we're looking for, very business centric. It's all about branding, signage, awnings, color of paint, things like that. Stuff that materially might change over if another tenant came in, right? So here is the proposed area. I think we're all pretty familiar with International Boardwalk. I think the only criteria I would say is that, you've got the paddle board. I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but it essentially extends from the paddle board rental shop and goes all the way down to International, hangs that turn by Jeff's Quality Seafood, and then heads towards pad 10 where the skateboard park's going to be. So again, this has been a goal of the city council for quite a while. They actually created a strategic plan goal item for it. They actually directed staff to return to them in July with some kind of a formal program. I wanted to get it to you guys beforehand. So we worked our butts off to essentially get it before you here tonight. Applicants must own a business within the program area to be able to apply for this thing. So really, we actually took an existing storefront improvement program that's been really successful over the last 3 years along Artesia and Aviation Corridor. Use that as a basis for creating this one. We've got 3 tiers. The first tier is, those basic improvements that you could probably do with minimal planning. Just need to get, through the process. And if you get approved by the city, it can likely get done in just a couple of weeks. We're talking signs, paint, and awnings. This is a 50% match. So if you've got a $5,000 total cost, we'll take half of your cost up to $2,500 for this one. Tier 2, everything that tier 1 includes, plus, the actual facade improvements. You've got rotting wood. You want to replace wood with tile. You want to improve the entryway. You even want to go ADA accessible if you can. That's tier 2. Obviously, the cap has increased to $10,000. So essentially, you can have a $20,000 project and the city will pay for half of it. As a caveat, someone can spend as much as they want. If they're qualifying for tier 2, we'll give them 10 grand. If the project's 100 grand, they're going to be paying 90. I don't foresee that, but I'm just trying to tell you what the limitations are here. And then tier 3 is essentially the same thing as tier 2. But what we did when we were looking at the various storefronts along International Boardwalk, I think 90% of the storefronts were between 45 and 55 feet wide. There were 2 or 3 that were double that. They were 100 to 120 feet wide. So really, we just doubled the cap space to accommodate that bigger threshold.
So who is that? Quality?
It's Quality, it's
Fun
Najee's,
Factory?
Naja's. I think that might be the only 2. Yeah.
And Fun Factory.
And Fun Factory, yeah.
Yeah, Fun Factory.
And then just as a caveat, you can use some of this money for the actual initial design purposes, hiring an architect and an engineer to kind of help you develop plans to get ready.
So is there a budget cap on that overall?
For each tier?
No, if everybody came in,
Yeah.
everybody gets it? Or do you have a budget?
Well, okay, so number 1, don't foresee that happening, but because everyone has different needs. We'll get to the funding next. We're going to have a total of about 100 grand that we can play with here. So if everybody did come in, we would not have enough money. But if everyone came in at the tier 1 level, maybe we would. So we'll have to take a look at it. What we're going to do is create a design
That budget
review.
is the cap.
Right.
Okay, I got it.
Right, exactly. We're going to create a design review team that essentially consists of department staff from WED as well as community development in Brandy's shop to review these things. And if we do have too many applicants, not enough money, we're going to have to rank them depending on need and impact. And yeah, we'll take a look at all of that. We kind of went over this already. Refacing storefronts, awning signs, remediation of maybe some existing code enforcement violations, anything to get people into compliance and looking better. Here's some examples. Alameda's up in Northern California, just to give you, a little flavor of what we're talking about here. It is a marked improvement. So funding, I did mention that Artesia Aviation Storefront Improvement Program, they just are wrapping up their 3rd year. I think we're seeing interest level wane at this point, just because of its longevity. It's been successful. They've helped over 20 businesses go through this process and improve their storefronts. But with that last $100,000 that was allocated from the general fund, we've got just over 47 grand left over. So we're proposing to just take that cash, carry it over here. Obviously, we still want to hit 100 grand so that we can be as substantial as we can. We're proposing that we just do some rent offsets to make that happen. Being the property owner that we are, we have that kind of wiggle room there. So tonight, our recommendation is that you review the application and the guidelines, and hopefully recommend that city council approve this program. I can tell you, we'll get your recommendation tonight. Our plan is to get it in front of city council July 5th. And hopefully, out in International Boardwalk accepting applications late August, early September would be perfect.
Yeah, they should do that along PCH as well. I'm all, I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's a good mechanism.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you guys may have.
I reviewed it before. I have no questions. I'm very supportive. I'm glad you're bringing this forward.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Same.
Yeah,
It's the exact kind of thing we need down there.
I think so.
So, how long does the program run? When does that 100 grand go away?
In this fiscal year. So the general fund that city council allocated to the Artesia one was good for one fiscal year.
Okay.
We're going to tell them to carry it over so it becomes ours for a fiscal year. Hopefully we use it. In its first year, I imagine we would. And hopefully in the second year, we've got this existing program. We're showing the success rate and we're just asking for more money. That's the ideal world.
My only comment is this, believe it or not, is a tough year to spend money. So if somebody's making good progress and, can't find the contractor, can't get it done in a year, hopefully, maybe you end up doing the offset or something
Sure.
else. So hopefully there's wiggle room in how this gets funded if somebody
Absolutely
runs out the clock.
I
I hope
think
not.
I think that the saving grace is going to be that rent offset option, right?
Yeah,
So if we do run out of actual general fund money, there's a way to get it done.
great. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I
no other comments?
I move that, as a commission, we send a message, we support this.
Yes.
No substantive changes.
Do we need public discussion before we vote to close this? Any, no public comment from the room? Any public comment from, I should have done this last. Any public comment from out on the internet?
No e-comments and no attendees.
Thanks. Okay.
Are the businesses aware this is coming out?
We gave them a sneak peek at a tenant meeting last week. They're generally very supportive of it. I don't know which tier we didn't have time to really get into the details and which one they'd be most interested in, but a lot of them were just already looking at the paint and going, at the very least, I'm going for that, so.
I heard about it while seeking relief from that hot asphalt. From one of the 100-foot vendors.
Yeah, no, the asphalt's a problem. That's why I really don't, even the Band-Aid, it'd be nice if it was white.
Okay, so we had a motion. Was there a second?
I seconded it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any, no opposed? Okay. There we go.
Awesome.
Full support.
All
Wait, on the
right.
third page of the application, line
Yeah.
72.
I think we are down to director's report.
We are. I've got some updates for you guys. So at the May 10th City Council meeting, we actually went into a lease with the former Ruby site. It's a 70-month term. It's $11,032 monthly rent or 8% of their gross, whichever is bigger. It's a pretty good chunk of change. It's going to be a coastal California cuisine. The way they're describing it is like a California grill, not a barbecue, but like a Weber grill type of a situation. Chicken, meats, things like that. Sounds pretty cool. Let's see here. At the June 7th meeting, I think you guys all know this, our Ocean Encounters concept, the applicant, Tom Grimm, presented in front of council. Generally speaking, they're very supportive of the program. They also shared similar comments to what this commission talked about, and that was in terms of incorporating some nonprofit local members. To be honest, most of the conversation revolved around getting some local nonprofits included, so it wasn't just this regional poll. So I think next steps, we do have that subcommittee that we formed. We're going to invite Tom Grimm to come over there with potentially we can talk about what we're going to talk about, but essentially we're going to, now that we have direction from council, this subcommittee can really start asking Tom some good questions about how he's going to program this thing and who he's going to talk to. He did mention he spoke with Julie Cole, sorry.
Actually, I think it's Call, actually.
Call? Sorry.
Getting it.
0 for 3 there. But he did say he had a good conversation with her for about 3 or 4 hours. I think it was last week. So that's promising. And then we've got our Shark Lab and some of the other groups and the gentleman that was here earlier today that we can bring into the fold.
Yeah, so just so the rest of the commission knows, we reached out to 3 groups. We got inputs from 2. Shark Lab, we didn't. Roger, I think you know them. Is there anything you can?
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure how to do this. I have comments and input from Shark Lab. I actually wrote this up. I'm not sure if I submit that as commission items or now, or how a commissioner submits.
You can just send those to me, I think.
Okay.
You want me to confirm? Let me ask city clerk, just make
Because
sure.
you'll end up, I mean, this isn't a discussion topic, and I hope I'm not.
No, we're just clarifying.
Yeah. I want to send information to the 3 members of the subcommittee, but I don't want to violate the Brown Act. So I wanted to discuss it here
Yeah, I think.
so that we could all violate the Brown Act together.
I think go ahead and send it to me and I'll be your caveat to the subcommittee.
Okay.
Sound good?
Okay. Or should I summarize it here, or are we growing too long on this?
I would say
Okay,
to give it to me.
perfect.
Yeah.
Peace.
On an upcoming meeting, an upcoming city council meeting on June 21st, we're going to be taking our contract with SWA for the public amenities plan to city council to extend the lifespan of that contract through the end of the year. We did extend the public outreach portion of this process, and that's truly the solely reason for extending it. It delayed the process by about a month. We're asking for, 3 or 4 months, but that's really just contingency in case there's additional public hearings that we're not anticipating. So we thought the easiest thing would be, let's just extend it one more time, and that way we're not, messing with it again. If that makes sense.
Are you coming back to the commission with the draft
Yes.
before it goes to council, or?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So I will tell you, I was impressed with the way that meeting turned out. I was
Oh, good.
scared of it going in, but I
Yeah.
think you got good feedback.
I think we did too.
I am a little disappointed it's taking this long, but
Me too. We do have some upcoming leases on the city council agenda. We did just approve a women's clothing store about a month ago maybe, and she's already come back saying she wants a bigger space. It's a little frustrating, but we're getting into a bigger space at a higher rate. And we've already got somebody to take her place where she had originally planned to go. And that's actually at a higher rate too. So we're,
in the harbor?
no, in the plaza office area.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, right.
Plaza.
Right.
That's good.
What is going in at the old Polly's place next to Naja's?
Ooh, do you know, Lori?
Next to Naja's is Dingy Deli, which will
Oh,
be
that's
the
right, yep.
deli.
Oh,
and
that's
it's
right.
owners
Thank you.
of the slip.
Yep.
Repeat owners, right. Okay. We are preparing an RFP for that pest bird abatement, which you saw on the budget. It's the Falcon program. So that'll, according to council, they've directed us to just do a 5-year term on that thing. I think in the past, we've been doing year over year. Just do it for 5 years and we don't have to mess with it every single year. The new set of restrooms on Mondstadt Pier opened up a few weeks ago. Those are done. They look really nice. And then upcoming meetings on our July 11th Harbor Commission meeting, we're going to be talking about sea level rise and white sea bass.
Oh, nice.
Both of those are strategic plan items that we've got to get to council, but again, I want to get it to you guys first.
We had the white sea bass guy here tonight.
Right, maybe we invite him back, right? And then just a general announcement, the car show at the marina has started. It's on Fridays, every Friday through September 30th. And the last one apparently had like 500 cars. It was a huge event. It was very successful. So if you're around on Fridays, check it out. And then,
How does the city monetize that? Just parking fees?
good question.
I mean, we used to get,
No.
Ruby's did well during those things.
Right. I doubt we charge anything for parking because it's just bringing people down to the pier type of a thing, but I can confirm and get back to you.
Well, we're talking the Ruby's parking lot, right?
Right.
You gotta pay to get in, so
You gotta pay to get in.
you gotta pay to get out.
But I know Ruby's used to get a spike because everybody eat there.
Okay. And then Beachside Brawl, that was the Food Network show that filmed
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple months ago. It's going to premiere June 19th on the Food Network if you guys want to check it out.
Cool.
That concludes my director's report.
Greg, I have a question.
Yeah.
When we ask for referrals, how do those, they come back to us in whatever timing
Yeah, it's
works
if
out?
it's minor and something that you just want me to do research on, I'll likely just contact you and to tell you what the answer was. If you wanted the answer on the dais, you could direct me to do that.
Okay.
Or if it was multiple commissioners, I would probably just do that anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I was just, a couple months ago, I brought up the parking at Marina Way. Hadn't heard anything back.
What was it again?
It was just if the leaseholder that works the parking at Marina Way was following whatever the rules, guidelines are of pricing. I guess there's not published pricing,
Okay.
and there was complaints of surge pricing. And I don't know if that's allowed, but
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a note of that. I'm sorry for the delay. Surge pricing. What I'll do is I'll research that immediately and I'll call you right away just so you get some closure. And then at the next meeting, I'll make a general announcement or something.
thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recall that now.
Yeah.
We
Now that you
saw,
bring it up,
surge pricing and some high pricing
It's ringing a
in that
bell.
area, and we're not sure if there are guidelines limiting it or if it's just,
Yeah, there's not posted prices, and I've heard people I bike there, but I've just heard people complaining like they got a ticket, they don't even know how to pay the ticket.
Huh.
What are the implications if you don't pay it? I don't know.
Okay. I know there's some extensive signage on, how you pay, where you pay, that kind of a thing. We get those kind of complaints routinely,
Yeah, I think
but
it's the rate that's
the
not.
rate though. Okay.
Yeah.
Questions of the rate though. Okay.
yeah, unfortunately, I think it's a private lot, so we may find we don't have
Much leverage.
much
Yeah, I
whole
think
lot
it's
of
just
control.
making sure they're in compliance and
Yeah.
whatever those rules are, I don't know.
Again, part of the references and stuff, you and I had talked about the railings on the pier, and I wanted to mention that since you had concerns at the start of this about the budget in Tidelands and Uplands. So we've heard over the years, Stephen Proud saying, yeah, we're fixing up the pier railings, and Public Works one by one would take a panel down, put up a wood pallet in its place, take the thing away, sandblast it, paint it, put it back up. In the last 6 months, that job grew beyond what Public Works could do. And I had mentioned it here a month or two ago, and I had misread the item I saw on the city council topic. I thought that it was like 300K. It's 1.8 million, which came out of Tidelands and Uplands, which, hurts. It's a big number.
Yeah.
But, obviously the pier needs railings. And it's just a project that had grown beyond what Public Works could do. So it went out for bid and, pushed through the council level without coming across us. But that's
Are they replacing
the story from that.
It was a combination of the railings were in worse shape than they thought.
Okay.
And staffing levels. So between the two and contracting out to a consultant, the budget ballooned on that project. I mean, that's the nuts and bolts of it.
So it hurts. The good news is we have a better budget than we used to. I mean, a year or two ago, 2 years ago, when we were going into 2020, I really would have been concerned about, a 1.8 million hit. Hopefully Mike's right, and, those budgets bounce back over the next couple of years. So
Yeah.
that was all I had. So that was just an old director's report item.
Sure.
We're following up on. So any other, so I think that completes director's report.
Yep.
We are down to items from staff. That's usually a combined thing. Any commission items or referrals to staff?
Just a couple questions. We're getting to the summertime, so has anybody taking advantage of the SUP,
The
franchise?
permit.
Yeah,
We do have one application in now. We've been directed to approve it, but I don't know if we actually have at this point. We just decided it was approvable yesterday or today, so I don't think it's been approved yet, but yeah, we have one.
Yeah, we're
That's
just
it?
waiting to receive information such as current business license
Yeah.
information.
That's the thing with these.
Insurance.
Usually you know it's okay, but you're just missing some information and you're trying to pull it from the applicant, but.
okay. And then the second was the outdoor dining is, we're coming to summer. Is anybody,
So,
Where are we
no,
at with
thanks
that?
for reminding me. I must have missed that in my director's report because that was on here. So as you know, the outdoor dining program on predominantly International Boardwalk, because of COVID reasons, was a very temporary in nature situation. It was above the restaurants on that second level. Staff in the past has always programmed, or the thought process was, we'll do it for 3 years, and then by that 4th year, we'll have a permanent program in place where we design out, tables and chairs and shade structures and fencing. So it's all uniform looked and it looks great. And it's permanent. It's not coming down every day. It provides shade. It provides protection from the birds, all that stuff. However, that effort was really going to be kind of at the point of city staff. And while we're working with SWA on that look and feel of what International Boardwalk was going to be, we thought, well, if this is lining up to where we want the outdoor dining program to be permanent next year, why don't we have SWA include a design concept for the outdoor dining program that essentially pulls that design into whatever they're doing on the shared concept down below. And they agreed and jumped on that opportunity. So essentially, we're tying in the design of the outdoor dining into the SWA plan with hopes that it'll be one of the first things that we can accomplish as an implementation measure so that next year, permanent outdoor dining exists.
I guess I was, for some reason, I thought we were implementing this year.
Yeah.
Did work on it last.
Are people signing up for permits for the summer?
Yes.
Are they are?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what was talked about. We always talked about this being the last year as a temporary in nature, and we'd figure out a permanent
I
one.
think we're talking past one another. This year was temporary as far as licenses and fees and stuff, right?
Right.
And then I think he's talking about next year when it's permanent. and
I
now
thought
it's-
this year was kicking in,
Oh, fees?
sounds like I remembered it wrong. So it's next year, next summer.
Yes, because I think the
Well, and
discussion,
the uniform, the city agreed to some costs and they were, we went through all that. We had a
I
subcommittee.
think that was the discussion in the subcommittee, but then it ran out of time. And it was kind of agreed to just proceed with what we had for another
To
summer.
kick the can down another year. Okay, I did not
but
realize.
I think it benefited both parties in that it gave us more time to put together the design concepts and everything that Greg mentioned, and that the tenants also appreciated another year because they've already made an investment in buying the furniture that's up
True.
there now. And to get another use, at least one more year of use, was appreciated by them.
Okay,
To be honest, in speaking with all those tenants, they just want an outdoor dining program, whether it's using the existing temporary one. Obviously, they want a permanent one that looks great, but don't take away the temporary until the permanent has been figured out. And we didn't do that, so everybody's happy right now.
I just didn't realize we kicked it down kicked the can down the road another year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks, that's all I had. Oh, just, I don't think we've met since the Beach Life Festival, and that was a great, great event. So I'm very pleased with how everything worked out. Didn't see traffic. Once again, I was afraid traffic would start picking up now that it's its 3rd year, and I didn't see that.
Not too bad.
I think everything went
The
fine.
planes stayed over the ocean versus the neighborhoods. That was appreciated.
What was that?
The planes.
Oh, I did hear noise complaints from different people, but it's a 3-day festival, so
Bound to happen,
ends
yeah.
at like 10, so.
We,
But anyway, hats off to all city staff that made that happen and supported the effort. That was great event.
we were busy the whole weekend, so this is one I did not go to at all, but we got home Saturday night. I live basically at Inglewood and 190th, and I could hear it there, which is a strange bounce, but so good work on the sound.
Well, I know the first night when Weezer was on, they cranked the volume down and everybody complained because you couldn't hear them.
Oh, wow.
So I think the second and third night,
This would have been second night closing
they
act.
kept it up.
Yeah.
Any other, so, all set?
I'm all done.
Okay.
Nothing.
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
Cool.
Thanks, everybody, for a long budget meeting, but it's an exciting budget. We might actually do
It was
something.
really the fire one that took too long.
And I guess I do have one last item before we adjourn. I did apply for another 4 years, so you have a couple weeks to, complain to council and get rid of me.
The application's officially in.
So I move to close the meeting.
Do I have a second? All in favor? All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for coming and working the budget.